Hey guys, tonight we curl into a world thick with soot, superstition, and the lingering scent of boiled cabbage. You've just stepped into a Victorian evening, the air damp, the fog low, the sound of distant hoofbeats muffled by coal smoke and chimney breath. You can practically feel the grime on your gloves. London streets are slick with mist and mystery, and you're tugging your scarf higher not just because of the cold, but because something in that air feels hostile. A man passes you, coughing into a folded newspaper. A child pulls his cap down over his ears as he darts into a narrow alley. You pause beneath a gas lamp haloed in yellow haze and wonder what's really in the air you're breathing. It isn't just weather. It's history's version of second-hand smoke, miasmas, coal dust, chimney soot, and panic. You probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. Always fun to see where in the world we're drifting off from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're stepping gingerly across cobblestones, boots scraping damp moss from a curbstone as a horse-drawn omnibus rattles by. It's 1871, and if you're lucky, you're wearing a second-hand wool overcoat and breathing through a musty scarf. If you're not lucky, you're a child chimney sweep with a crushed foot and a coal-colored cough. Either way, it's not a night for open windows. The smell of soot is everywhere. Even your hair catches it. The gas lamps lining the street don't so much illuminate as stain everything golden brown. And through the haze, you notice how few windows are open, even though you know every house has fires roaring inside. Curtains drawn, glass fogged up, and thick velvet to trap the heat, and whatever else they think might be out there. The Victorians feared the cold, yes, but more than that, they feared what the cold carried. You shuffle toward a townhouse, one of many in a row like dominoes. It's a middle-class home, with its steps scrubbed clean daily by a woman whose knuckles have turned white from lye. You know the type. No nonsense, pinched smile, apron starched to deflect any suspicion of sloth or moral failure. And when she opens the front door for you, she immediately slams it shut behind you. Fast. Like she's locking something out. You're enveloped in warmth, humid, not cozy. Smells like cabbage stew, damp wool, and candle smoke. The wallpaper is ornate and faintly curling, and someone's taken great care to light every gas sconce even though the daylight's barely gone. You wipe your boots, not for dirt, but because Victorians considered filth to be morally infectious. No one's saying it out loud, but in the back of their minds. Dirt meant disease, and disease meant the devil was having a snack on your soul. You're led upstairs, each creaking tread a testament to Victorian architecture and bad knees. At the landing, the air thickens. No one's opened a window all day. Why would they? To let in the bad air? Your bedroom is waiting. Small, tidy, with a bed that looks like a puffed pastry made of horsehair and cotton. Quilts stacked like a warning. The curtains? Velvet, heavy enough to muffle a scream. And yes, the windows are shut tight. Locked, even. Because somewhere along the way, society decided that the very thing we rely on to stay alive, air, was plotting our downfall. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when breezes were romantic. When people believed wind could carry good luck, or cool tempers, or the songs of angels. But by the Victorian age, something had changed. The world was getting crowded. Cities swelled with people who had no plumbing, no refrigeration, and, most critically, no clue why people kept dying of things they couldn't see. So they guessed. They blamed the smells. Miasma theory wasn't just a fringe idea, it was gospel. Bad smells meant bad health. Stink was dangerous. A rotting fish cart or a neighbor with a sulfur footbath wasn't just unpleasant, it was deadly. And so windows, those old symbols of freedom and escape, became potential murderers. You settle into the bed, stiff mattress poking at your hips, and someone's already placed a warmed brick at your feet. You'd think that'd be cozy, but now you're sweating in your flannel nightgown. Yet still, the window stays shut. Someone once heard that a woman died of pneumonia because of a cracked sash, and no one wants to be next. The fear wasn't just about the air. It was about control. The world outside, loud, dirty, unpredictable, stayed where it belonged, outside. Inside, you could stage manage your air. You could burn incense or place bowls of vinegar on your dresser. Some households even grew geraniums and lavenders indoors, not for beauty, but to combat whatever evil spirits floated in from the gutters. Remember, this was an age of death masks and mourning brooches. People expected death to knock, just not through the window. You reach for a glass of water and sip. It tastes metallic, faintly gritty. Filtration? Not yet standard. Plumbing? A luxury. But no matter how bad the water was, the air? That was the real threat. They had no germ theory yet, no understanding of bacteria hitching rides on coughs and sneezes. Just the pervasive dread that something unseen, crept through the fog and curled beneath your bed. Oh, and let's talk fog. Not the Instagrammable kind. London's pea soups were dense, greenish-yellow monsters, made of coal smoke and humidity and horse dung evaporating off cobblestones. Sometimes, you couldn't see your own feet. In 1873, one such fog lasted 5 days and left hundreds dead. The air was so thick it burned your throat, filled your lungs, and clung to your clothing. Breathing it in at night? You might as well be sleeping inside a chimney flue. Still feel like cracking that window? So instead, the Victorians doubled down. Sealing their homes tighter. Stuffing keyholes with cloth. Hanging thick portières between rooms to trap the good air. Drafts weren't just unpleasant, they were sinister. A draft might be the breath of disease itself. The word influenza literally comes from the idea of celestial influence, as in, the stars are spitting sickness into your windows. You shift under the quilts. They're heavier than you expected. And maybe that's the point. The weight pins you down, holds you still. After all, motion invites mischief, and if your body kicks off the covers in the night, you could catch your death of cold. So says Aunt Mildred, and she hasn't been wrong since 1841. A mouse scurries in the wall and you jolt. Not because of the mouse, okay, partly the mouse, but mostly because now you're wondering if it's made a hole somewhere. A breach. A tiny, terrible window to the outside. Where the air waits, watching. Historians still argue whether this fear of night air was rooted more in class anxiety or misunderstood science. Was it about disease, or dignity? The poor slept in drafty tenements and they were always the first to fall sick. Richer households took that as proof, keep the windows closed, keep the rot outside. But maybe it wasn't the air that killed the poor. Maybe it was poverty itself. The fire in the corner sputters, and your eyes adjust to its flicker. It's not quite enough light to read by, but perfect for thinking grim thoughts. Like, if the window's shut and the fireplace is drawing smoke into the room, are you just marinating in your own carbon monoxide? You'd be right to worry. Gas lighting wasn't just a metaphor back then, it was a literal danger. More on that later. But for now, you try to sleep. You curl toward the wall, the plaster cool against your cheek. The sounds of the city muffle into softness, the distant clop of hooves, the occasional shout, the gentle groan of the house settling into itself. And still, the air sits. Heavy. Waiting. You close your eyes and try not to think about the fact that people once believed air could carry curses. That a window left open during a thunderstorm might invite in more than just rain. That breath itself might be a moral transaction. You breathe in. You breathe out. And you wonder, maybe just for a moment, if they were onto something. The velvet curtains don't move, not a ripple, not even a twitch. It's as if the air in your room is holding its breath, just like you. You reach out from beneath the covers and brush the glass pane. It's cool to the touch, almost clammy, and coated with a fine mist from your own exhalations. No one opened this window today. No one will open it tomorrow. You're deep in the heart of a Victorian bedroom, a place carefully curated for health, modesty, and sleep, but never airflow. To modern eyes, it's practically a tomb, windows locked, doors sealed with draft stoppers, keyholes stuffed with bits of cloth. The atmosphere is thick, like soup. Your candle flickers even without a breeze, as if the very oxygen is protesting its use. You roll over, trying not to disturb the layers of bedding stacked on you like sediment. There's something ominous about how little air seems to move here. That's not an accident. It's intention. You're sleeping in a world where windows stay shut and curtains stay drawn tight, because somewhere along the way, open air became the enemy of health. It sounds backwards now, but they truly believed it. An open window was more than a design choice, it was a gamble with death. Take a look at the curtains again. They're thick enough to absorb sound, block out moonlight, and suffocate a light breeze. And they're drawn. Always drawn. Even in summer, even when the room smells like hot paraffin and boiled under things. You'd think they'd crave the breeze, but instead, they hang heavy, as if worried the very moonlight might carry contagion. It wasn't just about air, it was about control, about safety, about keeping the outside world from seeping in through invisible cracks. You settle back and glance toward the door. It's shut, of course, and locked with the little iron turnkey that clicks satisfyingly when secured. The Victorians prized security, but not just from burglars. They locked out drafts with the same intensity they locked out strangers. You can even spot the door snake rolled up at the base, a long, sausage-shaped cushion placed to stop breezes. It looks a bit silly, but it's as serious as a surgeon's scalpel. This idea of the air itself being dangerous wasn't born from nowhere. You have to remember, they were surrounded by death. Cholera outbreaks, diphtheria, tuberculosis, they lost children before their first birthdays, friends in their prime, entire households wiped out by what seemed like bad luck or worse, bad air. They didn't know about bacteria. Germ theory wouldn't gain full traction until the very end of the 19th century. Until then? It was the miasmas they feared, foul, invisible clouds said to float through open windows and poison lungs. You shift again under the bedding. There's a faint mildew smell in the mattress, you know the one. Damp wool, old straw stuffing, and the unmistakable scent of someone having sweated through a fever here before you. It was common. A bedroom wasn't just a sleeping place, it was where people gave birth, nursed their sick, and eventually died. So imagine the terror of opening a window and inviting in the very thing that might make the fever worse. It wasn't ignorance, not exactly. It was fear dressed up as science. And so every element of the room was designed to defend you from the outside. Windows were double-paned, when affordable, and always had the heaviest drapery you could afford. Curtains weren't just decorative, they were armor. Some were even soaked in vinegar or herbal tinctures to purify incoming air, if they were cracked at all. Usually, they weren't. You pull the sheet up to your chin and hear the soft rustle of a chamber pot under the bed, an essential accessory, because going to the privy in the freezing air might kill you faster than what you're trying to flush away. The walls are papered in a busy floral pattern, probably something like maroon peonies or teal vines, very hard to dust. And the wallpaper, like everything else, was meant to trap smells. Keep them close. Better to marinate in your own safe domestic air than risk whatever is drifting past your neighbor's open sash. Never mind that some wallpapers were literally laced with arsenic, especially the bright green ones. But hey, at least they weren't letting in the night air, right? Historians still argue whether the obsession with closed windows stemmed more from superstition or the actual experience of survival in grim conditions. One camp insists it was about misunderstanding contagion. Another points to Victorian morality: if your home was tightly sealed and sweet-smelling, it was a sign you were upright and proper. Open windows? That smacked of carelessness, or worse, poverty. There was a hierarchy of air, too. City air was the most feared. Urban streets teemed with horse dung, rotting waste, smoke-belching factories, and open sewage. The air stank, so of course it had to be dangerous. But even rural air wasn't safe in the eyes of many Victorians. Foggy moors and low-lying marshlands were considered disease traps. Malaria literally means bad air, remember? So what's the safest air, then? According to them, the air already in your room. The stale, exhaled, furniture-scented stuff you've been breathing for hours. Just leave it be. Don't stir it up. Even in hospitals, the thinking held. You'd find tightly shut windows, heavy drapes, and sickbeds arranged with their heads away from any potential drafts. A fresh breeze, no matter how faint, might settle on a weakened patient and finish them off. There are records of nurses being reprimanded for opening a window, even during a heat wave. Better to sponge down a delirious patient than risk inviting in a phantom breeze. You reach over to the nightstand. There's a handkerchief folded perfectly square, likely soaked in lavender or eucalyptus. Not for allergies. Not for comfort. It's a weapon. Something to press to your face in case someone cracks a door and lets in a suspicious smell. You may have even seen upper-class ladies walk through the streets with small silver vinaigrettes, tiny containers of vinegar-soaked sponge they could whip out and sniff when passing something foul. A whiff of sewage could spell doom. So why, dear God, would you sleep with the window open? And it wasn't just adults. Children were sealed in even tighter. Nurseries were notorious for being overwarmed and underventilated. A child's body was seen as fragile, easily corrupted, particularly by the night air. So they were wrapped up, tucked in, shut away. They sweated through fevers in triple layers of wool, under canopies that turned beds into miniature greenhouses. You can imagine the smell. You sit up, just for a moment, and notice the small vent above the door. You wouldn't have noticed it otherwise. These passive vents were sometimes installed in nicer homes, but even then, many people stuffed them shut. It was meant to allow safe, filtered airflow. But fear overruled logic. Better to breathe bad, hot, safe air than let in a whisper of the unknown. And don't even try sleeping with your mouth open. You might swallow a miasma. There's something achingly claustrophobic about it all. Even in the silence of night, you feel the psychological weight of being sealed in. Like a jar of jam. Like a specimen. But don't be too quick to judge. You live in an era of central air, HEPA filters, and TikToks about how to make your bedroom airflow aesthetic. They didn't. They had coal fires, chamber pots, and fear. And a little fear, left long enough, becomes tradition. Even Queen Victoria herself kept her windows firmly shut during illnesses, relying instead on floral water, incense, and prayer. She believed in ventilation, but only in moderation. When Prince Albert died, his rooms were kept almost untouched for decades, and the windows rarely opened. What lingered inside those rooms wasn't just grief, it was air made sacred by loss. Some households, mostly those with a streak of progressive thinking, or perhaps just desperation, started experimenting. They'd crack a window a hair's breadth and hang a thin muslin curtain soaked in vinegar or rose water. That way, the air could pass through, but not unfiltered. A compromise. A whisper of fresh air without the scream of uncertainty. You lie back again. It's hard not to be lulled by the stillness, isn't it? The heavy curtains, the deadened sound, the warm weight of wool all whispering sleep. You understand why they clung to it. There's safety in stillness. In sameness. In knowing that the air around you isn't shifting, isn't changing, isn't threatening to betray you. But just before your eyes drift shut, you wonder, how many people died not from what they feared outside, but from what they sealed in?
You wake to the soft tick of the mantel clock, the faintest glint of sunlight slipping through the edges of those thick damask curtains. Still shut. Of course. The room smells like boiled wool, lavender water, and something faintly medicinal, probably camphor or carbolic soap. You draw a deeper breath and feel the slight scratch of dust in the back of your throat. But you don't dare crack the window. That's not how things are done here. You swing your feet to the floor and step into slippers that are surprisingly soft, lined with rabbit fur. The floorboards creak just enough to remind you they're real wood, worn by years of careful pacing and hushed conversations. You pad toward the wash basin. No plumbing, obviously. Just a pitcher of cold water set beside a bowl, both rimmed in faded blue floral patterns. When you splash water on your face, the chill wakes you more than the daylight does. There's a reason your Victorian hosts insist on this tightly sealed bedroom. And to understand that reason, you need to step outside the bedroom and into the city. Because if you were to open that window, what exactly would you be letting in? The answer depends on where you live, of course. If you're in London, it's soot. A constant drizzle of it, falling like black dandruff on everything. If you're lucky enough to live near a park or the edge of town, maybe the air isn't quite so thick. But even then, there's no escaping the stench of coal fires, rotting refuse, and the omnipresent tang of horse manure. In Victorian cities, horses outnumbered people in some areas. That meant every day, streets were layered with droppings. Combine that with poor sanitation, gutters filled with animal parts, fish heads, spoiled vegetables, and the occasional dead cat, and you've got an atmosphere that's not just unpleasant, but potentially lethal. That's where the miasma theory got its fuel. The smells weren't just gross. They were seen as the source of illness. The worse the stench, the higher the risk. Remember how the Victorians thought disease travelled? Not from person to person through tiny microbes, no, they believed sickness was airborne, riding in on foul-smelling vapours. Miasma was the boogeyman of the 19th century. It floated, invisible but deadly, through open windows, down chimneys, under doors. You couldn't see it. But you could smell it. And that made the air itself suspect. This idea wasn't fringe pseudoscience, it was public policy. Entire city planning decisions were made around it. Officials believed if they could eliminate the smell, they could eliminate disease. It's why they focused on burying sewers deeper, draining marshlands, planting fragrant trees, and yes, encouraging people to keep their windows shut. So if you're living in a smog-thick London flat or a tightly packed Manchester row house, your open window is a liability. It's an open gate in a besieged castle. Historians still argue whether this fear was more deeply rooted in scientific misunderstanding or cultural classism. Because here's the thing, the homes of the poor reeked. Not because they were morally deficient, as some believed, but because they lived without plumbing, with damp cellars, shared privies, open drains, and too many bodies in too little space. So the rich, consciously or not, came to associate bad smells, and by extension, fresh outdoor air, with the lower classes. If you kept your air clean and your windows closed, you were signaling your place in the social hierarchy. And in that world, windows weren't just architectural features. They were symbols. That's why wealthier Victorians began to accessorize their windows like fashion statements. Heavy velvet drapes. Intricate lace inner curtains. Wooden shutters with carved moldings. These weren't just about insulation or aesthetics, they were defensive. Visual barriers to match the olfactory ones. Plus, you had window stoppers. Brass fittings to seal the sashes tightly shut. And on top of that? Draft excluders, pillows, cork rolls, and in one odd case, a patent-pending stuffed ferret-on rope designed to block the gap under the sash. Yes, really. You pause now, your fingers resting lightly on the window latch. It's cold. You could open it just an inch. You could invite in a breeze. But imagine what that breeze might carry. Street cries echoing from vendors hawking spoiled fish. The clatter of coal carts. Shouting, spitting, the clanging of bells. A stray whiff of urine from the alley. And always, the smoke. Thick, bitter smoke from 10,000 chimneys. That wasn't weather. That was normal. In fact, one of the most infamous moments of 19th century urban pollution was the Great Stink of 1858. You've probably heard the name, hard to forget, but the experience? Far worse. The Thames, bloated with human and industrial waste, heated by a summer sun, turned into a bubbling, reeking mass of liquid disease. Parliament members fled the city. Vinegar-soaked curtains hung from every window that dared remain open. Queen Victoria herself left London. And suddenly, the idea of keeping your bedroom windows shut. It didn't just make sense. It felt like survival. Even in cleaner towns, the ideology stuck. Small villages might have crisp, flower-scented air, but fear doesn't ask for evidence. It lingers. The fear of night air, in particular, was especially strong. It was thought that as the sun went down, the miasmas settled closer to the ground, thickening like fog, pooling around ankles and creeping into homes where they could strangle children in their sleep. So what did people do instead of opening their windows? They purified the air from the inside. You'd burn incense, light scented candles, boil vinegar, sprinkle rose water on curtains, stuff sachets of dried lavender into dresser drawers. There were even patented air purifiers. Giant contraptions of charcoal filters and rotating fans, though they worked about as well as a broken umbrella in a hurricane. Still, they were purchased, proudly displayed, and clung to as talismans of good health. Fringe remedies flourished, too. There are records of people hanging eucalyptus branches over doors, rubbing camphor on their chests before bed, or placing sliced onions in corners of the room to absorb poison. Weirdly, you'll still see this onion trick pop up on TikTok today. Some things never die. And if you were really fancy, you hired someone to come around and fumigate your house. These smoke-pumping professionals would wave censers or swing bundles of burning herbs through your rooms like mobile incense dispensers. The goal wasn't just to mask the smell, it was to chase out the demon air. And through all of this, the bedroom remained a fortress. You glanced toward the bed again. For posts, heavy drapes, high mattress, all of it designed to keep warmth and safe air close to the body. Even the shape of the bed mattered. Canopies weren't just for style. They were meant to trap warmth and prevent upward drafts. Some canopies had closable curtains, so you could literally cocoon yourself in your own breath all night. Still cozy? Your pillow is firm, likely horsehair or flocked wool. Underneath, there might be a hot brick wrapped in flannel or a metal bedwarmer filled with coals. These weren't just for comfort. They were considered tools of health. Because cold air wasn't just unpleasant, it was toxic. Better to sweat through your sheets than risk the icy touch of a night breeze. But here's the twist. Not everyone followed this rule. The cracks in the no fresh air obsession began early. Some progressive thinkers, especially those involved in the early public health movement, began experimenting with ventilation. They believed, almost blasphemously, that air itself might be good for you. Institutions like the Royal Navy introduced better airflow on ships. Sanatoriums for tuberculosis patients placed beds near windows, or even outdoors. And in 1854, during a cholera outbreak, a man named Dr. John Snow, not of Winterfell, linked the disease to contaminated water, not air. It was the beginning of the end for the miasma theory. But old ideas die hard. Even as germ theory gained traction, most Victorians kept sealing their homes shut. Better to be safe than scientific. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was habit. Culture. Comfort. A closed window became as essential to bedtime as a warm cup of milk or a whispered prayer. You sit quietly now, the sounds of the outside world muffled to near silence. The air feels thick, but it feels familiar. There's a gentle irony in it all. The thing that would have helped, clean air, was the one thing they fought so hard to exclude. But in their eyes, every breath you didn't take from the outside world was a small victory. So for now, the latch stays where it is. Your slippers tap gently against the hallway runner as you make your way toward breakfast. The corridor smells of beeswax and yesterday's coal fire, with just the faintest note of boiled cabbage trailing in from the downstairs kitchen. As you pass another bedroom door, closed tight like your own, you pause. There's a curious tension in the house, a kind of hyper-awareness of the air. You can feel it in how tightly the windows are latched, how deliberately the doors are kept shut, how every draft seems like a scandal waiting to happen. Now, you might assume this is just an upper-crust quirk. Rich people and their aversions to discomfort. But the truth is, the paranoia over fresh air was widespread, seeping into middle-class drawing rooms, boarding schools, poorhouses, and even prisons. And behind it all was a constant push and pull between science, superstition, and society's favorite pastime, moral judgment. Because here's the next step in our journey, the idea that bad air wasn't just physically dangerous. It was morally dangerous, too. You descend the stairs slowly, hand trailing over the polished banister, and reflect on how this fear didn't float on its own. It attached itself like a burr to a whole tangled web of Victorian values: propriety, self-control, modesty, and cleanliness. The air inside your home didn't just reflect your health, it reflected your character. And the open bedroom window? That was practically an act of rebellion. You walk into the breakfast room. A silver tea service gleams on the sideboard. A plate of eggs, not quite warm, waits politely under a porcelain dome. The fire is already lit, radiating a smoky heat that clings to the carpet and the furniture. But your eyes are drawn to the windows. Shuttered. Thick curtains drawn. Not a whisper of outside breeze. It's all by design. Victorians were obsessed with what they called the moral atmosphere. The very air inside a room was thought to influence your thoughts, your decisions, even your soul. Fresh, moving air was unpredictable, unruly, and outside of your control. Still air? That was curated. It was managed. It showed you had discipline. Historians still argue whether this view of air as morally coded began as a religious idea or a social one, but by the 19th century, the two were firmly intertwined. For instance, many sermons warned against the corrupting influences of the outside world, literally, the things that could seep in through an open window. If you left yourself exposed, spiritually or physically, you invited danger. And bedrooms, in particular, were seen as sacred spaces. Not just for sleep, but for quiet reflection, prayer, and yes, the final moments of life. In many households, it was common to die at home, in your bed, surrounded by family. The idea that your last breath might be one filled with corrupt air was terrifying. A closed window wasn't just about safety. It was about preparing the soul for its journey. This belief trickled down into architecture, too. Think of those narrow Victorian terraces or semi-detached houses with thick internal walls, heavy moldings, and tight little parlors. These weren't just stylistic choices, they were part of a design philosophy built around containment. Control the space. Control the behavior. Control the air. You sip your tea, it's cooled too much to be satisfying, and glance again toward the window. Outside, you imagine the horse-drawn carts clattering by, the clop of hooves, the occasional shout from a newsboy. But none of it makes it in. The room is silent, like a stage set between performances. This obsession with the moral qualities of air led to some truly odd customs. For instance, there was a practice called night airing, where people would hang linens out the window during the day, to purify them, but never let night air touch them. Night air was the villain here, a shape-shifting phantom blamed for everything from tuberculosis to melancholia. Even in country cottages, where the air was crisp and clean, open windows were considered risky after sunset. And then there were the personal accessories. The scented handkerchief, for instance. You'd carry one everywhere, doused in rose oil, clove, or lavender. If you were unfortunate enough to be near a foul smell, say, walking past a sore vent, you could press the hanky to your nose and keep the miasma at bay. Bonus points if it matched your gloves. Think of it as a very genteel gas mask. Even stranger? The concept of correct breathing. Victorian manuals advised against taking deep breaths, especially outside, where you might inhale impure air. Shallow, polite breathing was considered best. Especially for women. Because of course, even respiration could be gendered. You step into the drawing room, where a heavy oil painting of Queen Victoria herself watches from the wall. She knew a thing or two about closed rooms. The Queen famously kept her windows shut tight, especially after Prince Albert's death. Some historians wonder if her extended mourning period, cloaked in heavy curtains and shadowy rooms, helped normalize the association between grief, virtue, and stale air. There's another thread weaving through all this, too, the idea that controlling your environment reflected your ability to control your impulses. Air, in this context, became a metaphor for passion, desire, chaos, all the things that needed to be repressed. Think of how young women were raised. Modesty was paramount. Movement was restricted. Clothing was layered and constrictive. And bedrooms were places of order. A well-dressed, quiet, still bedroom spoke volumes about the woman who slept there. An open window, letting in wild night breezes? That was flirtation. Temptation. Sin. Which brings us to the curious rituals of bedtime. You return upstairs, still cradling your lukewarm teacup. In a small side bedroom, a maid is turning down the bed. She checks the flannel sheets, fluffs the pillow, and most importantly, makes sure the window is locked. A covered water jug sits by the nightstand, in case the room becomes too dry. But don't worry. The air is still. The fire is low. Everything is under control. Sleep, in the Victorian mindset, wasn't just about rest. It was about self-possession. You had to prepare for it like a soldier prepares for battle. Proper night clothes. Proper posture. A proper mindset. And most of all, a proper room. Letting in the air? That was surrender. And yet, not everyone agreed. There were rebels, quiet ones, perhaps, but influential all the same. In 1861, Florence Nightingale, yes, the lamp-carrying nurse, published Notes on Nursing, where she gasped recommended fresh air for the sick. She even dared suggest opening a window or, if you couldn't manage that, at least cracking a door. This was revolutionary. In hospitals, where the fear of disease was at its highest, the idea of introducing outdoor air was akin to sabotage. But Nightingale insisted. Ventilation, she argued, didn't cause disease. It reduced it. Her words sparked debate. Medical journals wrestled with the implications. Domestic manuals tried to compromise, suggesting special window filters, or airing rooms only between noon and 2 p.m., when the air was safest. But slowly, the tide began to shift. Still, for most households, old habits prevailed. You can see it in the designs of Victorian window hardware, complex latch systems, layered panes, even hidden vents disguised as decorative panels. They wanted airflow, but only on their own terms. A little controlled breeze. A supervised current. And so, you return to your bedroom. The bed now turned down. The curtains drawn. The fire crackling. You consider the window latch again. Your fingers hover near it, feeling the cold of the glass through the drapery. Outside, the moon rises. You can almost hear the trees rustling in the wind. The world turning. But inside? All is still. It's tempting to believe that with enough velvet, enough vigilance, enough rituals, and locks and lavender sachets, you can hold the world at bay. That you can keep morality pure, character intact, and health secure, simply by denying the air. That was the Victorian dream. And maybe, on some nights, it even worked. You lie back against the pillows, eyes adjusting to the low flicker of the hearth. The fire snaps softly, casting shadows that creep and stretch across the walls like something out of a penny dreadful. Outside the window, still sealed, of course, the night presses in. There's a kind of heaviness to it, like the dark itself has weight. And with your mind drifting somewhere between waking and sleep, you begin to wonder, what is it, exactly, that everyone's so afraid of out there? And that, dear sleeper, is where our story drifts next. Because the Victorian fear of fresh air wasn't just about air in the modern, sterile sense. It was about what was believed to float within it. An invisible enemy. A dark cloud creeping through alleyways, hovering over gutters, slipping past cracked windows and under ill-fitted doors. It was called miasma. Now, if that word sounds a little medieval to you, you're not wrong. Miasma theory goes way back. Ancient Greek physicians used it, medieval monks feared it, but in the Victorian age, it staged one of its most dramatic and unrelenting comebacks. And for decades, it shaped how people lived, breathed, and even died. According to miasma theory, disease didn't come from germs, or viruses, or bacteria, concepts that were still fuzzy and fringe at the time. No, disease came from bad smells. Rotting matter. Foul air. Corrupted atmosphere. Miasma. It wafted up from open sewers, decomposing garbage, and overcrowded slums. And once it filled the air, you were done for. Historians still argue whether the popularity of miasma theory was driven more by genuine belief or a convenient way to blame the poor. Because miasma, as a concept, pointed the finger downward, literally and socially. The lower classes, with their crowded tenements, their lack of sanitation, and their visible proximity to stench, were seen as not just physically dirty, but morally contagious. And that made the air itself a class issue. Imagine you're a respectable Victorian gentleman. You've got a freshly pressed cravat, a tightly folded newspaper under your arm, and a firm belief in the values of order and self-discipline. You walk past a slum and catch a whiff of sewage, raw, earthy, the scent of things that shouldn't be. You don't just wrinkle your nose. You feel violated. Threatened. The very breath in your lungs is suddenly suspect. And if you're a middle-class housewife? You scrub the steps daily. You light vinegar pots in the hallways. You hang lavender sachets from the ceiling and instruct your maid to burn bay leaves in the fireplace. Anything to mask the odor, because masking it, according to miasma theory, protected you. If it didn't smell, it couldn't kill. And now, of course, we know better. Germ theory eventually took the spotlight, thank you, Pasteur, but for much of the 19th century, miasma was science. Real science. Doctors lectured on it. City planners based entire sanitation systems around it. In fact, many of the greatest public health improvements in Victorian Britain, like the construction of sewers and the push to clean up the Thames, were done because of miasma fears. There's a delicious irony in that, the wrong theory led to the right outcomes. Take the Great Stink of 1858, for example. London was already a smelly city. Over 2 million people. Countless cesspits, overflowing chamber pots, horses doing what horses do. But that summer, the heat turned the Thames into a bubbling stew of human waste. The stench was so overwhelming that Parliament had to suspend sessions. Curtains were soaked in lime and carbolic acid. Newspapers described the air as a pestilential vapor. And what did people fear would happen? Not necessarily dysentery or cholera, but something more sinister. Something miasmic. The air would poison the city. You didn't need to touch a sick person. You only had to breathe near them. Of course, the miasma itself couldn't be seen, and that made it terrifying. You couldn't fence it in. You couldn't kill it. You couldn't see where it began or ended. It was the kind of villain that haunted your dreams because it was everywhere. Which brings us back to your quiet bedroom, where that sealed window starts to feel less like paranoia and more like armor. There was even an aesthetic to the miasma mindset: heavy drapes, thick wallpaper, parlor plants, tightly sealed upholstery. All meant to trap or absorb bad air. In some cases, entire rooms were built to reduce drafts, with tiny fireplaces and low ceilings that emphasized control. Ventilation was important, but it had to be man-made. Mechanized. Domesticated. Fresh air, on its own, was untrustworthy. Oh, and then there were the gadgets. Let's not forget the ridiculous brilliance of Victorian air-purifying devices. You had charcoal filters, ozone-emitting lamps, bellows fans, and the occasional electrostatic air ionizer, which was as science fiction-y as it sounds. One popular contraption was the air washer, which claimed to rinse air particles through perfumed water. Another? The ozonizer, which allegedly injected clean electricity into the room's atmosphere. Because who wouldn't want lightning in the sitting room? Still, the centerpiece of this entire drama was always the nose. Smell dictated danger. If it stank, it killed. And the reverse was often assumed true: if it smelled pleasant, it must be safe. Hence the rise of Victorian perfumes, disinfectants and incense. Pine tar, camphor, creosote, all carried with them the promise of purity. If you could layer the air with a cleaner smell, it became moral again. Uncorrupted. There's a strange moment you might recall from those Victorian detective stories, maybe Sherlock Holmes himself, where the great sleuth sniffs the air and comments on the moral character of a place. That's not just literary flair. It was a genuine belief. Bad smells meant bad people. Good smells meant order. Cleanliness. Virtue. Even the churches got involved. During peak cholera seasons, some congregations suspended services, not because of fear of contagion from contact, but because they believed the thick air inside a crowded chapel could become morally polluted. Clergy debated whether incense purged the room or disguised corruption. Candle smoke was suspect. Sweaty breath? Worse. So the safest thing to do? Lock it down. Block it off. Let no air in that you hadn't properly blessed, filtered, or at the very least, sniffed first. This paranoia infiltrated family life, too. Parents trained their children to fear the open window. Nursery books warned against creeping fogs. Young ladies were discouraged from walking out after dusk. Night chills became a catch-all phrase, a kind of bogeyman of the lungs. If a child caught cold, the immediate assumption was that a draft had entered the room, possibly through the very floorboards, and unbalanced the body. Entire industries bloomed around these beliefs. You had special airtight bedding, nightgowns with extra thick collars, flannel underwear that reached your ankles. And of course, the ubiquitous bed curtain, heavy fabric meant to shield the sleeper not from peeping eyes, but from unwanted airflows. The body in sleep was vulnerable. It could absorb the night's poison like a sponge. Which brings us back to you. Tucked beneath your own metaphorical bed curtains, fire gently dimming, ears tuned to the distant thrum of unseen carriages, you realize, the air outside your room, the fresh, vibrant, unpredictable air, isn't just other. It's the enemy. Or at least, that's what they believed. But cracks were forming in the theory, even in the 1870s. A few radical scientists, Louis Pasteur, Robert Koch, were quietly collecting proof of germs. Microscopic creatures that cause disease. It was a revolution waiting to happen. But for most people, miasma was still easier to believe. It smelled like common sense. And it allowed everyone, from politicians to parents, to maintain control. If you could stop disease with a bouquet of lavender and a tightly sealed door, well, then the world wasn't such a scary place, was it? Except, of course, it was. And deep down, the Victorians knew it. That's why the fear of fresh air didn't fade quickly, even when the evidence mounted. It lingered. It crept. Like the fog on the Thames, it hovered well into the next century. But for now, as your candle flickers low and the coals settle into their final glow, you're safe. At least, as long as the window stays shut. You wake, or at least think you do. It's hard to say, sleep and story blur at this hour. The fire's gone to embers, but the room still holds its warmth like an old secret. You shift beneath the weight of layered quilts, tucked up to your chin like a properly swaddled Victorian toddler. And before your mind has time to fully return to the present, it slips into another scene entirely. A street, a stench, and a terror that once swept through entire cities. You're in the middle of a cholera outbreak. You didn't mean to be here, of course. No one ever means to stumble into 19th century public health crises. But here we are, London, 1854. The city is bustling, but there's a palpable tension in the air. Not just the usual concern over coal prices or the scandal in Parliament, this is something deeper. More primal. Something rising from the ground, seeping from the drains, whispered through alleyways. People are dying. Fast. And yet no one's entirely sure why. Or how. But they have theories, and boy, are they confident about them. Cholera, to the average Victorian, is the bogeyman in the basement. It strikes without warning, kills within days, and, most insultingly, associates itself with filth. The symptoms are gruesome, but we won't go too deep here. You're trying to sleep, after all. Let's just say it involves a lot of fluid leaving the body very quickly. You become a husk. Pale, blue-lipped, glassy-eyed. People were found dead in doorways, collapsed at water pumps, slumped over chamber pots. You probably wouldn't survive this one. And yet, even as the outbreak raged through the streets, the most influential doctors clung to one explanation: bad air. Remember miasma? Of course you do. It's our constant companion in this tale. And during cholera's deadliest decades, it was the leading suspect. The foul-smelling effluents from sewers, rotting garbage, damp basements, and overcrowded tenements wasn't just unpleasant, it was lethal. People didn't die because they drank dirty water, they died because they lived near it. Smelled it. Breathed it. Enter stage left, one very inconvenient man named John Snow. No, not the one with the sword and the brooding. This one had a stethoscope, a notebook, and a stubborn obsession with finding the truth. He wasn't flashy. In fact, most of the medical establishment considered him a bit odd. Fringe. But Snow didn't buy the miasma theory. He had a different idea. What if cholera wasn't airborne at all? What if it was waterborne? In 1854, during a particularly nasty outbreak in Soho, Snow made his move. He mapped the cases, every single one, and noticed a disturbing pattern. They all clustered around a single water pump on Broad Street. Now, this pump was famous. People swore by it. The water was considered pure. Cool, clear, clean. Mothers carried pails of it home for their babies. And yet, according to Snow's map, the more people drank from the pump, the more they died. So what did he do? He convinced the local council to remove the handle. Yes, the handle. He didn't destroy the pump, didn't poison the well, he just made it harder to use. And like magic, or rather, like science, the death toll began to drop. Historians still argue whether the decline in deaths was already happening or if Snow's intervention truly saved lives. But that moment, the removal of the Broad Street pump handle, became legend. It was a quiet, radical defiance of everything the Victorians believed about disease. And it was a critical blow to miasma theory. Still, the idea didn't die overnight. That's the thing about belief, it clings. Even after Snow's data began to spread, even after microscopes revealed tiny life forms wriggling in tainted water, many doctors resisted. They'd spent their careers preaching miasma. Built reputations, books, entire city infrastructures on the idea. Accepting germ theory would mean admitting they'd been wrong, dangerously wrong. So what did they do? They compromised. Created hybrid theories. Maybe miasma carried germs. Maybe bad air and bad water were partners in crime. Maybe if you smelled sewage and drank it, you were double doomed. This halfway thinking allowed people to keep sealing windows while pretending to embrace progress. It was a bit like wearing a garlic necklace in a nuclear fallout. Comforting, but not particularly effective. Meanwhile, governments responded in fits and starts. Some cities overhauled their sewer systems. Others built new aqueducts or improved filtration. But always, these changes were explained in terms of smell. The stench had to be eliminated. The invisible, villainous vapors must be tamed. Water was clean because it smelled foul, not because it teemed with microbes. Let's pause here to consider how that warped public behavior. If you thought disease came from smells, what would you do? You'd avoid poor neighborhoods, not for their poverty, but for their perceived stench. You'd mask odors with perfumes, herbs, and chemicals. You'd fan the air around your face and burn incense. And most dangerously, you might believe a glass of water was safe just because it didn't smell bad. People died because they trusted their noses over science. Of course, science eventually won. It had to. Pasteur, Koch, Lister, they rolled out discovery after discovery. Germs were seen, cultured, tracked. The modern world began to bloom under microscopes and disinfectants. But the old ideas lingered. Especially in the bedroom. See, even after cholera faded from the headlines, the logic of miasma had infected how people designed their lives. Night air, for instance, remained suspect. You could now accept that cholera came from water, sure, but that didn't make you want to throw open the windows at midnight. Night air still carried an aura of danger. It felt damp, heavy, foreign. It didn't belong inside. And so windows stayed shut. Drafts were scolded like disobedient pets. Children were scolded for cracking them open. Entire routines were built around the ceiling of the home at sunset. It became a ritual: curtains drawn, shutters latched, bed warmers slipped beneath the sheets. The outside world was put at arm's length, not just socially but atmospherically. You might think that once people knew cholera wasn't airborne, the fear of fresh air would disappear. But no. Because here's the thing about fear: it evolves. It adapts. It finds new costumes. If cholera wasn't in the air, then maybe something else was. Influenza? Tuberculosis? Noxious fumes from industrial chimneys? Spores from damp wallpaper? Night breezes carrying coal dust from the docks? The enemy kept changing names, but the defense remained the same: keep the air out. Some fringe thinkers pushed back. A few early advocates for open-air therapy emerged. Sanatoriums began touting the benefits of mountain breezes and forest hikes. A handful of daring architects designed houses with verandas and cross-ventilation. But for most Victorians, the message was clear: clean air belonged outside. Bedrooms needed to be sanctuaries, sealed, scented, safe. There's a weird comfort in that idea, isn't there? The notion that you can draw a line: here's where the danger stops and the safety begins. That a wall, a window, a curtain can protect you. That your little corner of the world is invulnerable just so long as you keep the handle on the pump, or off, depending on which side you believe. You glance toward your own window. No drafts tonight. Not even a creak. Just the silence of a room where the fears of another era still hang faintly in the air, like the scent of lavender once used to keep the ghosts at bay. But the story doesn't end here. Cholera was just one enemy. The air had other threats to carry, at least, according to the ever-watchful eyes of the Victorians. Germ theory was coming, yes, but so were new phobias. More tools. More debates. And a whole lot of arguing over how exactly one should breathe properly at night. Because the Victorian bedtime wasn't just about sleep. It was about survival. And you, dear listener, are right in the middle of it. You're standing in a bedroom again, this time not quite as dark as before. A single oil lamp flickers from the corner, casting slow-moving shadows that climb up the wallpaper like creeping ivy. There's a deep floral scent in the air: lavender, perhaps, or something more medicinal. You hear the scratch of fabric, the creak of wood, the soft whistle of your own breath. And above all, you sense it: the air is still. That stillness isn't an accident. It's been engineered. Carefully, obsessively. Every window is sealed tight. The fireplace is shut. The heavy curtains are drawn, and beneath the door is a draft stopper thick enough to block a winter gale. You're in what the Victorians would call a well-ordered bedroom. In other words, a room where air doesn't move unless told to. And that's exactly the way they wanted it. Tonight, we slip further into the private world of Victorian sleep, the rituals, the reasoning, and the relentless fear of that most natural of things: breathing. Now, we've already wandered through the world of cholera and miasma, but what about after? What filled that vacuum of fear once germs elbowed their way into the spotlight? Enter tuberculosis, the white plague, the slow, romantic killer that made its home in parlors, nurseries, and, most terrifyingly, bedrooms. TB wasn't a screaming, sudden disease like cholera. It was quieter. Slower. It whispered, took its time, made people beautiful in their decline. Artists painted it. Poets romanticized it. But doctors? They panicked. Because tuberculosis wasn't picky. It hit the rich and poor alike, and it especially loved long, unventilated nights. Historians still argue whether TB's airborne transmission was fully understood during the height of the Victorian era, or whether fear of shared breath was more symbolic than scientific. But either way, the bedroom became a battleground. You weren't just going to bed. You were entering a zone of risk, where the wrong breath, the wrong cough, or even the wrong humidity level could spell disaster. So naturally, people began to obsess. Let's talk sleep posture. You might think lying down is the universal choice for bedtime, but Victorians weren't so sure. If you had respiratory issues, or feared developing them, doctors might advise you to sleep sitting upright. Some people slept in chairs. Others propped themselves up with pillows in bed, like a noble corpse ready for portraiture. There were even devices sold to keep you semi-upright, all to help your lungs drain and discourage congestion. And if that weren't enough, there was the matter of your breath. It wasn't just about how you breathed, but what you breathed. The idea of breathing in your own exhaled air was a particular horror. Rebreathing meant stale air, carbon dioxide buildup, possibly disease. And so, entire industries emerged to combat this very issue. Ever heard of the night air filter? Probably not, but you'd recognize it if you saw one. A bizarre metal contraption placed near your bed, stuffed with herbs or charcoal, designed to purify the air while you slept. Like a very early, very clunky version of your modern HEPA filter. Some people even wore small mesh masks at night, believing this would purify what came in and what went out. There was also the booming market of bedroom ventilators, wooden panels, ducted tubes, ceiling vents. Some opened to the outside, some just moved air around inside. They didn't always work, but they gave people something to do, and nothing calms anxiety quite like a gadget. Now, let's descend a little deeper into the rabbit hole. Because if air could be bad, and breath could be dangerous, then where you placed the bed mattered, too. Oh yes. Feng Shui has nothing on the Victorian obsession with bed placement. Beds were pushed away from windows, even on warm nights. Headboards face solid interior walls, not exterior ones, which could leak in damp air. You'd never place a bed under a vent, near a door crack, or, heaven forbid, on the same side of the house as the privy. Air had to move the right way, or not at all. Then came the heavy hitters, camphor, vinegar, and eucalyptus. If you couldn't clean the air with circulation, you could at least disinfect it by smell. Bowls of vinegar were left out overnight. Cloths soaked in camphor were pinned to pillows. Sprigs of rosemary or thyme were hung near the bed. Eucalyptus was chewed, brewed, burned. The bedroom became an apothecary. Fringe thinkers even advocated ozone machines, believing that ozone, yes, that sharp, almost bleachy scent after a lightning storm, was the smell of purity. One inventor claimed his device could recreate the lightning-cleaned atmosphere of the Alps. Never mind the risks of inhaling too much ozone. Details. Then there were sleep garments. Not just flannel pajamas, but garments designed to protect you from the air itself. Sleeping caps weren't just for style or warmth, they were sometimes believed to shield the brain from chill. Scarves, masks, even elbow-length woolen gloves were recommended to keep the cold, damp, possibly infectious air from settling on your skin. One particularly niche idea involved night cloaks, a sort of full-body, hooded poncho that you'd wear to bed to keep in the good warmth and keep out the bad air. Imagine trying to roll over while wearing a curtain rod. Sleepwear became armor. Meanwhile, parents faced a nightly terror of their own, how to protect their children from the very air in their rooms. Children were tucked in with almost military precision. Cribs were placed far from windows. Warm water bottles were hidden beneath blankets to ensure a constant heat source. And, this might surprise you, nannies were often instructed not to open nursery windows, even if the child had a fever. Cold air was the enemy. And if you did crack a window, you'd better hang a thick sheet or lace curtain to filter the night vapors. You might ask, did anyone question all this? Of course they did. Not loudly, not often, but the seeds of rebellion were being planted. A few bold voices in the medical community began to suggest that the obsession with sealing off bedrooms might be doing more harm than good. They pointed out that respiratory infection seemed worse in winter when windows stayed shut. They noted that workers in open-air environments didn't get sick as often as those in stuffy offices. And they began to whisper a heresy. Maybe fresh air was good for you. It was a radical thought, met with eye rolls and scorn. After all, no one wanted to admit their grandmother's lavender-stuffed draft stopper might be making them sicker. Change was coming, but slowly. Carefully. And never without a fight. Still, some households began to experiment. A window cracked open an inch. A bedroom ventilator left running all night. A blanket traded for a thicker one to make room for airflow. Quiet revolutions, one breath at a time. But fear has a long memory. Especially at bedtime. You lie back now, thinking about your own sleeping habits. The way you reach for the thermostat. The soft hum of your air purifier. The little rituals you perform without thinking, tucking in, dimming lights, checking that everything is just so. Not so different from a Victorian. Just slightly more electric. And as the candlelight in our 19th century bedroom gutters low, you can almost hear it, the sound of lungs breathing carefully, a heartbeat wrapped in quilts, and the silence of a world still afraid of the invisible. We're not done yet. Not even close. Because before we get to modern medicine, sanatoriums, and open-air schools, we've got to pass through a few more centuries of soot, suspicion, and sleep strategies so strange you might just try one yourself. But for now, breathe easy, just not too deeply. You're standing now in a doorway. The smell hits you first, metallic, vaguely antiseptic, undercut by something sweet and old, like chalk dust and boiled cabbage. A school bell rings faintly somewhere outside. You step into the room, and for a moment, you think you've walked into a greenhouse. Then you realize, no, this is a classroom. Sort of. Except it's missing most of the walls. Welcome to the open-air school. That's right. Today we follow the strange and blustery path Victorian ideas took once they began to unravel, and why that unraveling led to children learning their multiplication tables in freezing, windblown sheds. Let's set the scene. It's the early 20th century now. Miasma is out. Germ theory is in. People are starting to understand that diseases like tuberculosis spread not through bad vapors, but through droplets and microscopic invaders, tiny enemies passed from person to person, often through air that's stale and crowded. So what's the solution? More air. More circulation. More outdoors. This is where things take a turn from the dark and musty interiors we've been steeped in. Suddenly, the Victorians, and their Edwardian offspring, begin to flirt with the opposite extreme. Air isn't just safe, it's medicinal. It doesn't merely not kill you, it actually heals. And this is where the great pendulum swings from paranoia to purity, dragging children along with it. The first open-air school was founded in Germany in 1904. It was called the Waldschule, or Forest School, and it did exactly what it said on the tin. Classes were held in the woods, or in buildings with one or more walls missing, open to the breeze and whatever else blew in. The idea spread fast. By 1907, the first one popped up in London. Soon, there were open-air schools all across Europe and even in the United States. Picture this, rows of school desks, lined up inside what looks like a picnic shelter with no walls. Children bundled in heavy coats and hats, scribbling out their lessons while snow drifts in under the eaves. Their breath clouds the air. Their ink freezes in the wells. And the teachers? Stoically chalking up math problems with gloves on. You're probably cold just imagining it. Why go to such lengths? Because tuberculosis was still the great fear. And with poor ventilation now known to be a breeding ground for infection, doctors and educators began insisting that exposure to the elements would build strong lungs, boost immunity, and prevent the dreaded white plague from taking root. Weak lungs needed strong air. Fragile children needed the bracing outdoors. Historians still argue whether these schools significantly impacted TB rates, but the movement caught fire anyway. Not just in medical circles, but in moral ones. You see, the open-air school wasn't just about health, it became about virtue. Breathing in clean, outdoor air symbolized a kind of moral hygiene. It was associated with honesty, discipline, strength. Closed rooms became synonymous with laziness, weakness, decay. There was even a belief that fresh air made children more obedient and alert, which might explain why school administrators were so enthusiastic. And of course, it wasn't just schools. The idea of open-air living seeped into other parts of Victorian and Edwardian society. There were layering hours where children were put outside regardless of the weather. Nurses wheeled infants in prams and left them to nap under the trees, even in winter. Mothers were encouraged to sit wrapped in blankets on porches while they breastfed, so the baby could get first breaths of outdoor health. You think your mom was intense with essential oils? These people sent infants into snowstorms. But nowhere did this philosophy take root more fervently than in sanatoriums. These were the places where the sickest tuberculosis patients were sent, sometimes willingly, sometimes not. And in the golden age of sanatoriums, the cure wasn't a pill or a surgery, it was air. Pure, clean, unfiltered mountain air. Ideally taken in while reclining on a lounge chair, swaddled in layers, with the lungs stretched open like sails in a sea breeze. Patients were made to lie still for hours at a time on wide verandas, called cure porches, even during snowstorms. Blankets were piled high, hot bricks were tucked at their feet, and yet they were expected not to move, not to speak, just breathe. In, out. In, out. Always in the open. There's one particularly quirky account from a Scottish sanatorium where patients would be woken in the middle of the night to be wheeled out under the stars, so they could absorb the ozone-laden midnight air. Romantic? Maybe. Effective? Debatable. Cold? Absolutely. Still, some patients swore by it. And since antibiotics hadn't been invented yet, fresh air and bed rest were all they had. Even architecture changed to reflect the obsession. Health houses were designed with sleeping porches, ventilated facades, and sunrooms. Folding glass doors became fashionable. Entire families would sleep with windows wide open, even in freezing conditions, to mimic the sanatorium cure. And if you had money, you might even buy a personal lung room for your home, a glassed-in, ventilated alcove where you could breathe in luxury. But the reality on the ground was mixed. In urban tenements, where air barely moved and space was tight, all this talk of fresh air living felt like a cruel joke. How do you air out a room with no windows? How do you cure TB when your neighbor's cough echoes through the walls? That's when charities stepped in. Philanthropic groups began building outdoor fresh air homes for poor children. These were often temporary shelters, tent villages, converted barns, even retrofitted railway cars, where children could spend a few months breathing the good stuff. They were given warm clothes, nourishing food, and plenty of structured napping. It was a sort of respiratory summer camp with a side of social reform. There was even a brief but memorable fad of open-air sleeping towers, multi-story bunk bed scaffolds erected in courtyards, where children would climb up and sleep outdoors in stacked beds like library books. It looked like something between a birdhouse and a fire escape. Of course, not everyone was on board. Some traditionalists clung to old fears about night air. Even as late as the 1930s, you could find mothers warned against letting children sleep near open windows, lest they catch a chill or develop lung weakness. It was a tug-of-war between two generations of medical belief systems. And even within the fresh air movement itself, cracks began to form. Some doctors started to question the results. Were patients improving because of the air? Or because they were finally resting? Getting better food? Less stress? Was it the altitude, or just the fact that they weren't living in a polluted tenement anymore? Historians still debate whether the open-air cure was more placebo than panacea. But in the grand scheme of Victorian health history, it was a turning point. Because for the first time in generations, fresh air wasn't the enemy. It was the remedy. Of course, that shift didn't erase centuries of fear. Plenty of homes still shut their windows at night. Plenty of parents still insisted on hot water bottles and closed curtains. Even open-air schools, for all their breezy optimism, eventually faded out, especially once antibiotics arrived and tuberculosis could be treated effectively without a mountain breeze and a wool blanket. Still, the legacy lingers. You can feel it every time someone praises crisp mountain air or insists that an open window helps them sleep. You see it in the rise of outdoor gyms, forest schools, and the modern obsession with air quality indexes. The pendulum swung, yes, but it didn't disappear. And neither did the unease. Because if you learned anything from these chilly, open-air chapters, it's that fresh air isn't just about health. It's about control. Who gets to breathe it? Who has access to it? Who's told it will save them, and who's told it will kill them? The Victorians feared it, worshipped it, weaponized it, and eventually sold it back to the masses in bottles labeled alpine purity. And now? You lie there in your own bed, wondering what you're breathing. A room full of filtered calm? A haze of invisible history? The ghost of a lavender-scented cough? Or maybe, just maybe, something that still remembers when the air outside your window was the most terrifying thing of all. You're lying in bed, but tonight, your mattress is harder than usual. Your pillow? Barely stuffed. And your blanket, well, it's not the cozy kind. It's the scratchy, utilitarian wool of the 19th century hospital ward. The kind that smells faintly of lye soap and damp plaster. The kind that gets boiled and reused. Overhead, instead of stars or a ceiling fan, you're staring up at a cracked white ceiling with flickering gaslight. You're in a fever ward. And tonight, we follow the next breath in this tangled story of bedroom fear, a breath taken not in fear of air, but in fear of who you might be breathing near. Because once the Victorians came to believe that air carried more than just temperature or smell, once they knew it could carry people's illnesses, the air itself became political, medical, moral. And suddenly, it mattered who was in the room with you. Let's talk about class, shall we? For much of Victorian England, disease didn't just come from miasmas or microbes, it came from the poor. The urban poor especially, crammed into slums and tenements with little ventilation and fewer opportunities for cleanliness. It was convenient, then, to blame disease on proximity to these communities. To believe that their breath was, somehow, dirtier. That their air was not like yours. This was the era of moral hygiene, the belief that illness wasn't just a biological misfortune, but a sign of poor choices, lack of discipline, or even weak character. If someone fell ill, it wasn't just bad luck, it was a judgment. And if that illness could be breathed in? Well, you'd want that person far away from your bedroom. Hospitals of the era mirrored this thinking. Fever wards were separated not just by illness, but by class. Wealthier patients might get their own rooms or at least a shared space with plenty of windows and cross-ventilation. Poorer patients, on the other hand, were placed in the most overcrowded sections, often windowless, stuffy, hot, and thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and wet linen. But even the wealthy weren't immune from fear. Especially when it came to servants. Picture this, you're a Victorian middle-class homeowner. You've got a cook, a nanny, maybe a maid. All of them live under your roof. All of them breathe the same air. And as germ theory begins to spread its chilly logic through your reading rooms and doctors' pamphlets, you start to worry. Is the nanny coughing? Did the maid just sneeze? Worse, what if they bring something into your bedroom? The domestic staff became an unseen threat, not just socially but biologically. You might insist your nursemaid sleep with the nursery windows open, even in winter, because fresh air builds immunity. But really, it's because you want the air she breathes to stay far from your children. Some households even began to retrofit the architecture of their homes. Narrow servant staircases were replaced with outside access stairwells. Servants' quarters were shifted toward the back of the house, often with separate ventilation, or none at all. The idea was to keep the household running while reducing the risk of cross-contamination. And then there were the night nurses. These weren't just caregivers, they were vectors. Required to sit up all night in sick rooms, breathing in the same stale air as the patients, watching for signs of distress or worsening fever. Their job was critical, but their presence was often viewed as dangerous. Many hospitals created tiny vestibules just outside patient rooms where nurses could sit behind a glass pane, close enough to observe, far enough to not share air. Of course, if you were poor, this sort of air buffer luxury was laughable. You'd be lucky if you got your own bed, let alone an air shield. Entire families often shared one room, parents, children, grandparents, all sleeping inches apart, coughing into each other's faces, with a single window cracked, if it opened at all. Yet even here, among the poorest classes, the fear of breath persisted. There are records of families turning their sick relatives toward the wall at night, literally turning them away, so they wouldn't breathe into the communal space. Mothers covered infants' mouths with muslin while they nursed, hoping it would filter out illness. And some even sent sick children outside to sleep under sheds or in stairwells, believing the outdoor air was safer than what lingered inside. This wasn't cruelty. It was desperation. It was what passed for logic in a world still coming to grips with invisible enemies. Meanwhile, in boarding schools, military barracks, and orphanages, breath management became policy. Beds were spaced precisely. Heads faced the same direction. Windows were cracked in specific patterns, one at the top, one at the bottom, to create airflow that could, in theory, carry harmful breath away. Students were forbidden from whispering at night because talking spread germs. Yes, you heard that right. Victorians developed a concept called breath discipline, the idea that managing your breathing, speaking less, even sleeping with your mouth closed, could protect you from contagion. Mouth breathers were seen not just as awkward, but as dangerous. In the world of health and hygiene manuals, you'll find advice that reads like bedtime choreography: lie on your side to encourage mucus drainage. Breathe through the nose to warm incoming air. Never speak after lights out, lest you stir particles into motion. Sleep wasn't just rest, it was a performance. And if you failed to follow the rules, you risked bringing illness to the whole dormitory. Now, this idea of infectious air from the wrong person didn't stay in the hospital. It made its way into literature, plays, even fashion. You've seen those stiff high collars, right? The ones that rise like a wall around the neck? Some scholars suggest they weren't just about modesty or elegance. They were psychological armor, one more way to keep other people's breath off your skin. And the fans. Oh, the fans. Victorian women weren't just waving away heat at balls, they were creating miniature windbreaks. A flick of the wrist to subtly deflect someone's exhalation. A graceful motion that doubled as germ evasion. There's even a theory that fan etiquette included defensive gestures, like hiding your mouth while speaking, or fluttering a fan just before sitting down beside someone. Defensive fan work. It's a thing. This era also birthed some truly niche inventions. Like the invalid screen, a folding partition with built-in filters, meant to create a semi-private breathing zone within a shared bedroom. Or the bed tent, a sort of mosquito net for germs. Or the atmospheric separator, a device placed between two beds that claimed to divide air currents like Moses parting the sea. Spoiler alert, none of these worked. But that didn't stop people from using them. Because when you're scared of what you can't see, and can't smell, taste, or fight, you'll try anything. Even silence. Even distance. Even a bed tent that looks like a lace coffin. And in all this, beneath all this, lay the basic human fear that your own home, your own bedroom, might not be a sanctuary at all. It might be where you got sick. Where your loved one started coughing. Where the air turned heavy. Where you realized that walls, blankets, even money, couldn't always keep disease out. And so the fear grew quieter. Smarter. More architectural. In later years, bedroom design began to incorporate cross-draft theory, placing doors and windows opposite each other to encourage airflow. Plaster was preferred over wallpaper because it didn't hold dust. Iron beds became popular because they didn't trap moisture like wood. Mattresses were elevated on slats to encourage air beneath them. Everything was raised, lightened, opened. Even ceilings got higher, to keep the deadly exhalation as far from your nose as possible. And at night, when everything was finally still, you might lie there, just like now, and listen to your own breath. In. Out. Wondering whose air you were breathing. And who might be breathing yours. You're tucked in under layers tonight, sheets, woolen blankets, maybe a hot water bottle snuggled at your feet. Outside, the wind whistles faintly against your window panes, and the walls creak as the house exhales. You think you're safe. Cozy, even. But now the house is breathing. That's not a metaphor. The Victorians literally believed their houses breathed. And in this section, we're sinking into the walls, crawling through flues, slipping beneath floorboards, to explore how architecture itself became a battleground in the war on air. You might not think of bricks and beams as weapons. But in the Victorian imagination, the very materials of a house either protected you from disease or trapped it inside forever. Let's rewind a bit. Before central heating, before electric fans, before sealed windows and insulation, houses were leaky by design. They had to be. A fire needed air to burn. A stove had to vent smoke. A person, it was believed, needed a certain circulation of air to live healthily indoors. And yet, there's that old fear. Night air. Stillness. The invisible threat of disease hiding in a draft. This contradiction was never resolved. Instead, it was built into the blueprints. Victorian builders became obsessed with controlled ventilation. Not just opening a window and hoping for the best, no, this was airflow as science. As ceremony. As moral obligation. Enter the ventilation shaft. These clever vertical passages ran from the basement to the roof, allowing warm air to rise and carry out foul vapors. Some were simple wooden ducts, others were ornate, iron-lined chimneys fitted with decorative grills. They were hidden in closets, tucked behind curtains, lurking behind false panels. And when the breeze passed through them, it wasn't just moving air, it was exorcising illness. Many homes added air bricks, perforated clay or metal bricks placed low in walls to let in a steady stream of fresh air from the outside. You might have a few just beneath the skirting board. They were meant to prevent dampness and, of course, to keep miasmas on the move. No one wanted stagnant breath settling behind the bookcase. You're probably wondering, did this work? Kind of. These features did reduce stuffiness and prevent mold. But they also made rooms cold, uncomfortable, and sometimes dangerously drafty. Children sleeping near air bricks often complained of sore throats or chill lung. Mothers stuffed them with rags in winter, undoing all the careful planning. But still, the idea stuck, a healthy home had to breathe. Then came the fireplace. Oh yes, the hearth, symbol of warmth, family, domestic bliss. But for the Victorians, it was also an essential part of the home's respiratory system. A constantly burning fire drew in cold air from cracks and crevices, heated it, and sent it rushing up the chimney. This, in theory, carried away impurities and kept the air fresh. There was just one catch: the fire had to keep burning. If it went out, the airflow stopped, and the feared backdraft could suck soot, smoke, and sickly vapors right back into the room. Some households never let the fire go out entirely, just banked the coals overnight, so the house could keep breathing in its sleep. But even this wasn't enough for some homeowners. Cue the rise of mechanical ventilation, a steampunk fever dream of ducts, fans, and grills, all working together to keep the air moving just so. In wealthier homes, inventors installed what they called air washers, early air purifiers that passed incoming air over moistened cloths or even troughs of water, to cleanse it before it reached your lungs. Some setups included alcohol lamps or scented oils, adding a hint of lavender or carbolic acid to every breath. One particularly eccentric model involved a rotating fan inside the chimney flue, turned by hot air. It spun slowly, drawing in air from vents beneath the floor and pushing it upward in a constant cycle. There's a delightful drawing from 1882 showing a cross-section of a family home with arrows indicating airflow, bedroom air rising through an attic shaft, nursery air expelled through a turret, and drawing room air freshened via an elaborate underfloor duct system. And let's not forget, this obsession wasn't just about health. It was about control. The ability to engineer a healthy atmosphere, to regulate not just temperature, but morality and wellness through bricks and brass fittings. A well-ventilated house reflected your virtue, your education, your scientific awareness. To build poorly was to endanger your family. To build well was to keep death quite literally at bay. Still, the paranoia ran deep. Some Victorians took things a step further and began treating their walls with disinfectants. They'd mix limewash with carbolic acid and paint it over plaster, convinced that this would kill the air. Others placed bowls of vinegar beneath windows. One popular hack was stuffing vases with pine needles or eucalyptus, hoping their sharp scents would purify incoming drafts. And then there were the floors. You'd think the Victorians were only afraid of what came through the air, but nope, many believed disease could rise up from the ground through floorboards. To prevent this, homeowners installed what were called damp-proof courses, layers of slate or asphalt beneath the house meant to keep out earth vapors. Some builders even lined the underside of floors with zinc sheets or painted the joists with tar. Of course, this created a new problem. The crawl spaces beneath houses grew stale and moldy, and people began complaining of basement sickness. The solution? You guessed it, eat more ventilation bricks. More tiny lungs carved into the house's skeleton. Historians still argue whether this architectural arms race helped more than it harmed. Some point to decreased mortality rates in ventilated homes. Others argue that the obsession created more anxiety than safety. It's hard to measure the benefit of a breeze when the science was still shaky. But the psychological effect? That was undeniable. You weren't just building a house. You were building a barrier. A filter. A defense system against the invisible forces that might creep in while you slept. And even the most private room, the bedroom, was caught in the web. Bedrooms were designed with airflow in mind. High ceilings. Transom windows above doors. Closets vented into attics. Beds raised off the ground. Even bed canopies, once considered fashionable, fell out of favor because they trapped stale breath. Some people took it even further. They moved their beds into the hallways, into alcoves, into special ventilated breathing chambers. There's a record of one gentleman in Manchester who built a rotating bed on a rail system so he could slide it between rooms depending on wind direction. Yes, a mobile bed. All in pursuit of perfect nighttime air. And yet, despite all this engineering, all this effort, the fear never really left. Because no matter how many vents you installed, or bricks you swapped, or ducts you carved into the ribs of your home, you were still lying there at night, wondering if the walls were working. If the breath of your house was clean. If the air you inhaled was filtered enough to keep you safe. Even today, echoes of this Victorian thinking linger. We build homes with FACS systems, HEPA filters, and air purifiers. We obsess over sick building syndrome, carbon monoxide detectors, radon tests. During a pandemic, we put box fans in windows and open doors opposite one another, performing rituals straight out of 19th century ventilation handbooks. We think of homes as fortresses, but also as lungs. And bedrooms? They remain our most fragile chambers. Because at the end of it all, you're still there. Lying on your back. Listening to the wind hum through the heating vent. Watching your curtain flutter slightly. Feeling the movement of something ancient and unseen. The breath of the house. And you still wonder, just like they did, if it's breathing in or breathing out. You lie in the soft hush of your bedroom, but tonight the silence isn't comforting, it's clinical. Your pillow feels like waxed linen. The lamp glows faintly like a sterile gaslight. And the shadows at the corners of the room? They stretch a little too long, like the antiseptic corridors of a fever hospital. Because now, you're in the era where air meets modern medicine, where doctors begin scrubbing their hands, hospitals begin scrubbing their walls, and the air. Oh, it's no longer just mysterious. It's diagnosable. Tonight, we're breathing through the rise of the antiseptic, and the curious way it changed what people believed about the air in their bedrooms. Let's start with Joseph Lister. You've heard the name, yes? Listerine? That zingy mouthwash? Well, before it made your tongue tingle, it was a solution of carbolic acid, Lister's favorite chemical friend. And Lister, in the mid-1800s, was pioneering the antiseptic method in surgery. The basic idea? Kill germs before they sneak into wounds. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Lister's methods didn't just involve scrubbing tools. They involved spraying the air. He used a sort of pump-action mister, think of it as an industrial perfume bottle, to release a fine cloud of carbolic mist into the surgical theatre. It hung in the air like fog. The smell? Sharp. Medicinal. Like pepper and pine sap and cleaning fluid. Surgeons would perform operations in this pungent haze, believing it sterilized the environment. That it neutralized the air. Now imagine being a patient, barely conscious, drifting into this cloud. Your last memory before the chloroform hits? That burning chemical mist. Romantic. The public took notice. If air could carry infection into a wound, surely it could carry it into your lungs too. Bedroom air, once feared for being cold or still, was now feared for being biologically active. The language shifted. People didn't just say bad air anymore. They said infected air. Contaminated air. Surgical air. And so, carbolic acid began to seep into homes, not just hospitals. Housewives bought little ceramic diffusers to waft it through the nursery. They sprinkled it into chamber pots. They soaked handkerchiefs in diluted solutions and held them to their noses on public transport. Some even placed open bowls of it beneath their children's beds. The scent became a symbol of safety. Harsh, yes, but protective. And that's where the paradox began. Because this era, so obsessed with clean air, also became obsessed with making the air smell like chemicals. Sweet floral perfumes were out. Strong, biting antiseptics were in. Air wasn't safe unless it smelled dangerous. A fascinating fringe tidbit here: one popular bedtime item was the carbolic pillow, a cushion impregnated with carbolic acid crystals that released fumes as you slept. That's right. You were meant to press your face into it. Close your eyes. Inhale. Sweet dreams. Not everyone loved it, of course. Some physicians warned that overuse could lead to headaches, nausea, or even chemical burns. But most people figured the alternative, breathing unfiltered air, was worse. This was also the age of the bedroom fumigation ritual. You'd close all the windows. Light a mixture of sulfur and charcoal in a small dish, maybe add some camphor if you were feeling fancy, and let the smoke fill the room. It curled into curtains. Coated wallpaper. Sank into quilts. After an hour or so, you'd open the windows and let the poisoned air out, confident that whatever microscopic menace had been there before had now been incinerated. Historians still argue whether these home methods helped or merely stank up the drapes. But they served a psychological purpose. You weren't helpless anymore. You were doing something. You were treating the air like it was part of your body, like it needed healing. And the medical community was happy to support you. Textbooks and pamphlets began listing airborne infection as a real, tangible thing. Diseases like tuberculosis, scarlet fever, diphtheria, and influenza were described not just in terms of symptoms, but vectors. Breathing became an act of risk. Bedrooms, especially for the sick, became quarantine zones. The air in those rooms wasn't just shared, it was weaponized. And you? You were meant to manage it. If someone fell ill, the protocol was immediate. Open all windows, even in winter. Strip the bed daily and boil the sheets. Hang carbolic-soaked towels over the door frame to prevent leakage of infected air. And, my personal favorite, place a saucer of quicklime beneath the bed to absorb pestilence. That's right. Absorb the pestilence. Like it's a stray sock or a leaky tea bag. Some physicians took this obsession further. They published detailed diagrams of sickroom ventilation, complete with arrows showing air movement, fan placements, and even recommended wind directions. One memorable guide suggested turning the patient's bed to face into the draft, so their exhalations would be carried away before they could hover and infect others. And let's not forget the windows themselves. Glass, once rare and precious, became more accessible during the 19th century. But not all glass was equal. Clear panes let in light, and people began to associate sunlight with cleanliness. Ultraviolet rays weren't fully understood yet, but sunbeams were treated as spiritual antiseptics. Homes were designed with more and bigger windows, especially in bedrooms. If you had enough money, you built a sunroom for your convalescing child. If not, you moved their bed under the window and watched the light touch their fevered face like a blessing. Still, sunlight alone wasn't always enough to soothe the public's growing fear. That's where ozone entered the chat. Victorians believed ozone, a sharp-smelling gas often produced by lightning or sea air, was a natural disinfectant. It had that fresh smell after a storm, and doctors began touting it as a cure-all for everything from depression to diphtheria. Some homes were fitted with ozonizers, early electric machines that zapped the air to produce ozone indoors. Imagine a little crackling box in the corner of your bedroom, giving off faint blue sparks and the smell of rain, all while claiming to kill disease. Quack science? Maybe. But persuasive. The bedroom became an experimental lab. You tried different smells, different breezes. You monitored your breath, your bedding, your window gaps like you were managing a factory. Illness wasn't random anymore, it was logistical. And of course, gender slipped in, as it always does. Women were told it was their responsibility to manage the atmosphere, to air the sheets, to sanitize the linens, to scrub the walls. Their maternal instinct was rebranded as biological management. Magazines printed checklists: is your nursery air fit for breathing? Does your husband return from work to a fresh-smelling room? One even posed the question: is your drawing room a breeding ground for tuberculosis? Catchy. Men might bring the salary home, but women were expected to guard the breath inside it. There's one final twist to this tale of chemical confidence, and it's a bit ironic. As the century waned and the 20th loomed, doctors began realizing that many of the substances used to purify bedroom air, formalin, creosote, carbolic acid, even ozone, were themselves, well, kind of dangerous. Eye irritation, skin rashes, chronic coughing. Some were flammable. Others were quietly carcinogenic. Whoops! Suddenly, the air you purified might be more harmful than the air you feared. So what did they do? They rebranded again. Out with the chemicals. In with the sanitary aesthetic. White walls. Simple linens. Uncluttered rooms. Furniture you could scrub. Iron bedsteads. No heavy drapes. No frilly canopies. A room that looked clean was the new clean. You didn't smell the carbolic anymore, you saw the shine. And perhaps that's the lesson here. In every stage of this story, the fear of air was never just about air. It was about control. The need to believe that the invisible could be managed. That your home wasn't porous. That your bedroom was a bubble, safe, sealed, antiseptic. Even if it meant breathing through a pillow soaked in acid. Even if it meant trusting a mist machine to zap your microbes. Even if it meant lying awake at night, eyes wide open, as you listened for the whisper of air that might, or might not, be clean enough. You turn your head slightly on the pillow, and for a second, you swear you hear the creak of polished leather, the faint ticking of a pocket watch, and maybe, just maybe, the soft rattle of a velvet curtain drawn tightly shut. You're no longer in a medicalized bedroom or a sickroom wrapped in chemical haze. No. Now you're lounging somewhere with more drama. More style. Welcome to the high tide of Victorian domestic life, where the bedroom isn't just a place to sleep, it's a stage. And the air? Oh, the air is part of the performance. Tonight, you drift into the era of status symbol bedrooms, where what you breathe, and how you breathe it, becomes a marker of wealth, taste, and sometimes sheer social delusion. Let's take a slow exhale and set the scene. It's 1882. You're visiting someone rather important, a cousin, perhaps, who married well. As you're led through the house by a sullen maid, you notice things: tasseled wallpaper, embroidered bell cords, oil lamps with engraved shades, and at every turn, that unmistakable Victorian devotion to layers. Layers of fabric, layers of scent, layers of stuff. And then, the bedroom. It is, frankly, a masterpiece. Not in comfort, mind you, comfort is so middle class, but in spectacle. There's a tester bed with a canopy like a miniature opera house. Heavy velvet drapes thick enough to muffle cannon fire. Mahogany furniture so polished you can see your existential dread reflected in it. Oriental rugs. Tapestries. Stuffed birds in bell jars. Potpourri in porcelain dishes. And not one, but two spittoons. Now, what do you think the air is like in this room? Correct, not moving. Not moving at all. Because here's the twist, as the 19th century galloped forward, and as more families gained wealth through industrial ventures and colonial expansion, the bedroom became a showroom. A display. A breathing museum of how well you were doing. And the air, well, it had to be tamed. Predictable. Still. No sudden gusts to disturb the lace antimacassars. No chilly breeze to flutter your paper fan collection. No cross-draft that might ruffle a doily. Heaven forbid. To open a window in such a bedroom? That would be an affront. A betrayal. Not only to the housekeeper who just spent 2 hours arranging the valances, but to the very idea of order and civility. Because fresh air was rustic. Peasant-like. It was the stuff of farmhands, not fashionable ladies. This is where things get hilariously contradictory. Earlier Victorians feared cold bedroom air because of its potential to invite disease. Now, later Victorians feared fresh air because it might carry in smell. That's right. Smell. The 19th century city stank. Horse droppings. Factories. Human waste. Fish markets. Rotten cabbage. Open drains. Tobacco. Soot. Chimneys. Chimneys belching human regret. So even though medical advice had shifted toward ventilation, rich Victorians did the opposite. They sealed their bedrooms like time capsules. Because outside air wasn't just unhealthy, it was common. And so, you get a kind of theatrical repression, rooms full of silks and perfumes and illusions of gentility, slowly stewing in their own stale atmosphere. Remember the miasma theory? Still lingering in the collective psyche. Remember antiseptics? Too harsh for the boudoir. So what's the compromise? Ah, yes. The fragrance war. Ladies kept satchels of dried lavender or orris root beneath their pillows. Gentlemen lit sandalwood sticks. There were linen sprays, drawer sachets, and perfume lamps. Some women even burned beeswax or lemon peels in tiny bronze burners to freshen the air without letting any of that awful actual air in. Here's a quirky fringe habit for you: pomanders filled with cloves, sewn into pillowcases. They weren't just for scent. Some believed the cloves neutralized night air, especially if you happened to sleep with your mouth open. Which, let's face it, was probably more common than anyone wanted to admit. Now, let's pause and consider the mattress. Your average Victorian mattress in an upper-class home was an elaborate layering of horsehair, feathers, wool, or kapok. Some even used sea moss. That's not a metaphor. Sea moss. These weren't hypoallergenic, antimicrobial wonders of modern sleep science. These were, let's be honest, spongy air traps. Every cough. Every sweaty night. Every bedtime accident involving children or small pets. It all got absorbed. And stayed there. Changing or airing out the mattress was rare. Flipping it? Even rarer. Most families simply beat it with sticks and prayed. Historians still argue whether the upper classes genuinely believed their bedrooms were hygienic or whether they simply cared more about appearances. Either way, the air inside those rooms became increasingly ornamental. There was an illusion of cleanliness, achieved through fabric and fragrance, but beneath the surface. Oh, it was a pungent cocktail of mildew, perfume, and anxiety. Let's not forget how the class divide shaped this dynamic. Servants were expected to maintain this air illusion. They rose early to light fires before their employers awoke, not to warm the room, but to gently stir the air and remove any night vapors. They swept ashes, emptied chamber pots, fluffed featherbeds, and replaced wilted floral sachets. Did they ever open the windows? Only if no one was looking. One footman wrote in his diary that he was scolded for encouraging frost in the drawing-room bedchamber by opening a sash an inch too far. His crime? He let life in. And as always, health trends trickled down, or rather, dripped, from the top. Middle-class families, desperate to emulate aristocratic taste, began sealing their own bedrooms. They bought thick curtains, elaborate furniture, and the dreaded flocked wallpaper, velvety to the touch, and astonishingly good at trapping dust and moisture. Even lower-income families, crammed into urban tenements, adopted that air is the enemy's mindset. With poor insulation, no central heating, and close proximity to coal smoke, they stuffed cracks with fabric and paper. They hung rugs on the walls. They avoided opening windows for fear of letting in illness, or worse, revealing their poverty. There's a devastating irony here. In trying to imitate the wealthy, many working-class homes created rooms with even worse ventilation, leading to a spike in respiratory illnesses. Tuberculosis in particular spread like wildfire through these stagnant spaces. Yet the fear of cold air, or outdoor smell, kept people clinging to their bedroom fortresses. We're not done yet. Let's go upstairs. Specifically, into the bedrooms of children. You might imagine that children, with their smaller lungs and higher vulnerability, were given the freshest air in the house. Not quite. Wealthy Victorian nurseries were often located in the attic, conveniently away from polite company, inconveniently next to the chimney stack. They were sometimes windowless, or with tiny casement windows that barely opened. Add in a nanny with her own beliefs about drafts and health, and suddenly you've got a crib positioned beside a coal stove and wrapped in thick blankets, in a room that hasn't seen real air since Queen Victoria's coronation. To be fair, some reformers started raising alarms. Florence Nightingale, for one, was a champion of bedroom ventilation. She wrote about it constantly. She called it the very first canon of nursing. She insisted that a patient's recovery depended more on air than medicine. But Florence was fighting an uphill battle. Social norms are powerful. Bedrooms weren't about wellness. They were about presentation. Your private space was an extension of your reputation. A poorly ventilated room meant you were refined. A drafty room? Barbaric. And if you died from it? Well, at least you died respectably. Let's end with a flourish, the Victorian deathbed scene. It was a real thing. Dying at home was the norm, and doing so in your elaborately appointed bedroom was considered a good death. Families gathered. Curtains were drawn. Lights dimmed. Priests summoned. Wills read. Sometimes, a photographer was called to capture the moment. Yes, post-mortem photography was a business. And through it all, the air in that room grew heavier. Thicker. More sacred. More tragic. Nobody opened a window, of course. Not while Mother was still passing. You wouldn't want to invite in a draft while her soul was trying to find the light. Because remember, air was powerful. It could carry disease. It could carry smell. But it could also, maybe, just maybe, carry the dead away. And so you Saturday. Still. Respectful. Breathing slowly in a sealed room where time itself seemed to pause, hanging in the air like a curtain waiting to fall. You roll over slightly and feel the weight of time settle deeper around you. The wallpaper pulses with shadow. Somewhere, a long-extinguished fireplace seems to whisper scented secrets. You've just left a room drenched in status and stillness. Now it's time to follow a trail that slips through those velvet-lined spaces, out the servants' corridor, down the back stairs, and into the guts of the Victorian house. Because if the bedrooms of the rich were mausoleums of stagnant air, then the working class slept in closets that breathed for them. Whether they wanted it to or not. Tonight, you find yourself in a two-room tenement in 1874 Manchester. You duck to avoid the low lintel, careful not to knock your head on the string of drying laundry crisscrossing the ceiling. The room smells like boiled cabbage, paraffin, wet wool, and maybe last week's bath water, if there was a bath at all. You're in the working-class bedroom, where fresh air isn't feared because it's bad. It's feared because it's inevitable. Unlike in the grand homes of the affluent, here, the bedroom can't afford to be a sacred space. It's a utility. A shared utility. A place where people sleep in shifts, where privacy is theoretical, and where ventilation isn't an architectural choice, it's a draft that finds you whether you like it or not. The walls are thin. The window doesn't close all the way. There are gaps between the floorboards and beneath the door, and if you put your hand against the outside wall, you'll feel the brick sigh cold right through you. Still, despite the wind whistling through the cracks, the family plugs up what they can. Fabric scraps are jammed under the sill. The rag rug is thick, not for design, but to trap the gusts that sneak up from the cellar. Why? Because even here, in the soot-caked underbelly of the empire, the Victorian fear of night air has found a foothold. You wake up with a sore throat? Must be the chill you caught while sleeping. Your child develops a cough? Probably that draft near the hearth. Never mind that the water pump is shared with 20 neighbors, or that your mattress has mold growing from the underside. It's the air. The invisible culprit. The thief that slips in under doors and into lungs. So families do what they can. They close everything. They sleep under heavy blankets, often fully dressed. They push furniture against the walls to hold in the heat. Some even burn paraffin lamps all night, thinking the warmth will ward off illness. Instead, they breathe fumes until sunrise. Historians still argue whether working-class people truly feared air on a medical level or if the habits of the wealthy just trickled down and got half understood along the way. There's a compelling case that for many, it wasn't about miasma theory anymore, it was about imitation, survival, and learned behaviors passed down like recipes. Here's a quirky detail. In some households, cats were kept in the bedroom at night, not for affection, but because they were believed to draw out damp air. That's right. People thought cats could act as natural dehumidifiers. Whether it worked is debatable, but it was certainly cozy, if you didn't mind the purring, the midnight sprints, or the occasional hairball. Let's follow a different thread now. Imagine you're a child in this household. You share a bed with 2 siblings. The bed is wedged between the stove and the wall. You sleep with a woolen stocking over your head, not because it's cute, but because it's your makeshift air filter. Your mother insists it keeps out the bad air. And you believe her, because why wouldn't you? Sometimes you're lucky. You fall asleep before the coughing starts. Other nights, your father's wheezing shakes the bed frame. He works in a factory. Or a mine. Or on the docks. The smog sticks to him like grease. You all breathe it in, every night, in the stillness you're told is safe. The Victorians had a word for it, close air. They used it in 2 contradictory ways. For the rich, close meant cozy, protected. For the poor, close meant stuffy, dangerous. But in both cases, it led to the same behavior: shut the windows. Shut the doors. Trap the body heat. Smother the draft. Now, let's zoom out. The 19th century city is growing fast, too fast. London, Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, all choking with new arrivals. Housing can't keep up. So you get rookeries, dense urban slums with houses divided into rabbit warren compartments. For families in a space built for one. Beds rented by the hour. Children born next to piles of coal. In these places, bedrooms aren't places to sleep, they're places to survive. You'd think more fresh air might help. But opening a window means exposure. You're already vulnerable. Letting in air? That's letting in sound. Judgment. Smell. You don't want your neighbor hearing your baby cry. Or smelling your chamber pot. Or worse, talking about it later. So the shutters stay closed. You get used to it. The air inside turns thick with familiarity. Smoke. Lard. Damp socks. But it's yours. Until the reformers show up. Doctors, inspectors, and well-meaning philanthropists begin visiting working-class homes to write reports. They're horrified. Not just by the filth, but by the air. The staleness. The smell. One sanitary inspector in 1871 described a tenement bedroom as suffocating, oppressive, and dark as a tomb. He added, "Not without drama, no creature should sleep in such foulness, much less children." These reports spark outrage, mainly among the middle class who read about it over breakfast. Charities are formed. Lectures are given. New housing standards are proposed. But actual change? Slow. So very slow. Instead, families adapt. Again. Some put faith in bedroom herbs, hanging bundles of rosemary or thyme from ceiling beams. Others use vinegar-soaked cloths to disinfect the air. A few even buy penny-priced pamphlets full of health tips, some of which warn sternly against letting children sleep near windows, lest they inhale on night damp. What about the new science, you ask? Germ theory? Louis Pasteur? Well, yes. That's out there. But it's a whisper in the tenement alleyways. Most families don't read the Lancet. They listen to their aunt. Their midwife. The old lady downstairs who swears her son never got sick because she lined his mattress with pine needles. By the way, that's your fringe fact of the night, pine needle stuffing as a breath-purifying mattress filler. It was scratchy, smelled like a forest, and possibly attracted bugs, but hey, it was all about that purity vibe. Here's a sharp contrast, the model dwellings movement. In response to rising public health panic, reformers build cleaner tenements, places like the Peabody buildings in London. These offer better light, air circulation, and separate toilets. But many working-class families are wary. The rent is higher. The rules are strict. And the windows? Too exposed. They don't feel safe. So even in these well-ventilated homes, tenants hang heavy curtains and stuff rags in the sashes. The fear of bad air isn't gone, it's just been pushed beneath the surface. A habit of generations. Historians still debate whether this reluctance to embrace ventilation was a conscious defiance or just cultural inertia. After all, when your life is filled with instability, controlling your space, even badly, feels like power. And this brings us full circle. Back to you, lying in a cramped room, blanket tucked up to your ears. You hear the rain on the roof tiles. The wind presses softly at the window, wanting in. But you leave it shut. Just like your mother did. Just like her mother before her. Because in the end, the fear of fresh air was never just about disease. It was about class. Control. Survival. And the stories we told ourselves to feel safe inside the uncertain night. The rain softens to a whisper against the roof, the kind of sound that makes your eyelids heavy and your thoughts slow down. You're still in that tight, drafty room, the one we just barely made our way out of. But the creak of a stair, the click of a latch, and the rustle of linen shift your focus to someone else in the house. Because now it's time to talk about servants, the invisible heartbeat of Victorian households, the people who lit the fires, scrubbed the chamber pots, and, yes, tried to sleep while the rest of the house breathed through them. You slip silently into the attic quarters, careful not to trip on the splintered steps. It's darker up here, almost sacred in its stillness, and colder, so much colder. The ceiling slopes like a coffin lid, and the air feels thin, like it's second-hand. Which, of course, it is. Welcome to the servant's bedroom. Or maybe let's just call it what it often was. A glorified storage closet with a mattress. And that's if you were lucky. Victorian servants, especially women, were expected to be invisible. That included their sleeping arrangements. You weren't supposed to hear them snore, or cough, or shuffle around. And heaven forbid they let any smells, cooking smells, body smells, bed smells, creep into the main household. Bedrooms were assigned accordingly. In grander homes, a scullery maid might sleep under the stairs, Harry Potter style. A footman might get a cot in a corner of the kitchen or a narrow attic with one small, warped window. And here's the kicker, those windows were almost always left open. Even in winter. Why? Because unlike their employers, servants weren't given the luxury of fearing fresh air. Their rooms were ventilated because nobody cared if they got sick, or because they were expected to handle it. You were young, hardy, and replaceable. Drafts were part of the job. And yet, even within those strict rules, servants developed their own rituals. You tuck the scratchy wool blanket higher under your chin and notice the tricks etched into the walls by generations before you, a cork shoved into the keyhole, a nail hung with an apron to cover a crack, a tucked-away brick you can wedge in the window sash if the wind screams too loud. There's an eerie reversal here. The family downstairs is terrified of fresh air. The servant upstairs is dreading the lack of warmth. Some household manuals even instructed mistresses to check whether their servants' windows were closed against instruction. It was believed a stuffy servant room bred laziness and lethargy of the soul. Imagine getting reprimanded for not being exposed enough to the elements in January. Here's a curious tidbit: in some households, servants were made to sleep with their boots on in winter, not for efficiency, but because it encouraged promptness in the morning and prevented undue lingering in the bedding. Yes, because nothing says refreshing start to the day like frozen toes and damp socks. But the conditions varied wildly. In rural manor houses, a trusted nursemaid might have a modest room near the nursery, still cold, still plain, but not entirely grim. Meanwhile, in urban homes, the line between bedroom and storeroom was often erased altogether. Servants might sleep in pantry cupboards, basements near the coals, or even on rotation with others who shared their duties. If you got 4 hours of sleep and a dry floorboard, you counted yourself lucky. Historians still argue whether these arrangements were intentionally punitive or simply products of architectural constraint and economic practicality. But make no mistake, the design of servant spaces reflected hierarchy. The further your bed was from a fireplace or an internal wall, the lower your status. And let's not forget the emotional toll. You're 18, maybe younger. You've left your family behind to work in a strange house. Your bedroom, if you can call it that, is a place where you're only meant to rest when absolutely necessary. There's no privacy. No soft place to land. You sleep in your uniform so you're ready if the bell rings. Which it often does. There are recorded accounts from housemaids who described being woken multiple times a night, not for emergencies, but for whims. Fetch my slippers. Stoke the fire. Bring a glass of water. Sometimes the bell would ring for no reason at all, just to check you were awake. Some mistresses believed it kept their girls alert and disciplined. Here's your fringe fact of the night: Victorian servant bells weren't always labelled clearly. In large homes with multiple bells wired to different rooms, some were marked only with generic numbers: Room 3, East Wing, Library Extension. If you were new or the wiring had changed, you had to guess. Get it wrong? You'd better be ready for a lecture, or worse. There's a haunting, half-sweet phrase used in certain housekeeping guides of the time: the servant's rest must not interfere with the family's repose. Sounds poetic, doesn't it? Until you realize it meant, if the family wants warmth, stillness, or silence, the servant must endure the opposite. And yet, within this hardship, there's resilience. Small rebellions. You turn your head and see the folded letter tucked between the floorboards. Someone's correspondence with a sister, a fiancé, a mother far away. The writing is tiny, space is precious. She writes about the frost on her pillow and the day she got the wrong bell again. But she also writes about the flowers she saw from the kitchen window and the copper pot that gleamed like the inside of a seashell. Now and then, a servant's room held a treasure: a pressed flower under glass, a worn sketch of a sweetheart, a Bible with notes in the margin. These weren't just decorations. They were anchors, ways to turn a hostile room into a sliver of home. Some households permitted these touches. Others did not. It depended on the mistress's mood, the master's wealth, the architecture, the season. Everything in a servant's life depended on someone else's everything. Which makes you think, maybe the biggest fear in a servant's bedroom wasn't the cold draft or the open window. It was not being seen at all. Just a set of footprints in the frost. A breath behind a door. Let's take a sideways turn, just briefly. In some eccentric households, servants were required to carry nightsticks or rattles after dark, not for protection, but so the family could hear them coming. The rationale? To avoid shock from sudden appearance. Imagine being told that your footsteps are too jarring to noble ears unless pre-announced by a clack or jingle. You're not just unseen, you're turned into background noise. And still, you make it work. You find the warmest floorboard. You hide a tin of goose grease for your chapped knuckles. You learn not to cough too loudly, not to breathe too heavily, not to dream too deeply. In this tiny space, less than 8 feet wide, you fold your entire self into sleep and hope it lasts until morning. The ceiling beams groan a little. You lie there, a servant in the attic, with the scent of wax polish still clinging to your sleeves. Somewhere downstairs, the lady of the house rolls over under her velvet eiderdown, tucked in against the dangerous, deadly chill she believes waits just outside the pane. And here you are. Under a cracked one. Historians still debate the long-term physical toll of such conditions, how many illnesses began in these rooms, how much fatigue and heart strain accumulated in the bodies of those who had no soft place to rest. But we do know this, the fear of air was a luxury. And in the world below stairs, luxury wasn't part of the job description. Still, even in this cold little space, even with the bell rope coiled like a snake beside your bed, something else lingers. A kind of strange pride. You held this household together. You swept its soot, ironed its linens, dusted its crowns of plaster and marble. And though they may never say it, they depended on you. More than any pillow. More than any draft excluder or bottle of smelling salts. And as you finally drift off, you dream not of warm fires or plush beds, but of something quieter, a room with a lock. A window you choose to open. And sleep that belongs to you. You're still lying in the servant's attic room, the walls thin as crust, breath blooming in the air like fog. But now the house shifts again beneath you, not just in space, but in time. Because while that tiny room above the stairs told its story in muffled footfalls and half-frozen fingers, Victorian bedrooms elsewhere were becoming something stranger, grander, and, frankly, far more performative than anyone really needed. And nowhere was that clearer than in the rise of the sickroom. Yes, the sickroom. Capital S, capital drama. Imagine a room so suffused with purpose and velvet-draped solemnity that it became more theatre than recovery space. In a time when medicine was half guesswork and half prayer, the sickroom was where ailing met aesthetics, and where, strangely, the fear of fresh air reached its most feverish pitch. You wander now into one of these elaborate spaces. The bedposts are draped with muslin. The walls are painted in calming pastels, restful to the nerves, the manuals insisted. There's a hint of lavender water, something floral, something just shy of decay. You get the feeling that no one in here ever gets completely well. Because to be bedridden in the Victorian era wasn't always temporary. It could be lifestyle. Chronic illness, especially for women, wasn't just common. It was cultivated, coddled, and sometimes even quietly encouraged. We're talking invalidism, the genteel suffering that made you delicate, desirable, and, not incidentally, controllable. But let's rewind for a second. What even was a sickroom? Technically, any bedroom could become one. But the truly devout Victorians believed it should be separate, a space solely for the ill, away from the household bustle. Once designated, it was governed by a strict code of conduct, whispers only, soft shoes, no drafts, and windows closed nearly all the time. Why? Because fresh air might excite the patient. And excitement, my dear, leads to fever. And fever, well, you probably won't survive that. Doctors of the time, many still clinging to humoral theory or their beloved leeches, believed that calm was the cure. Not penicillin. Not rest in the modern sense. But absolute stillness. Physical, emotional, spiritual. Air that didn't move. Voices that didn't rise. Curtains that stayed drawn, even in daylight. Welcome to your therapeutic tomb. Of course, none of this was especially effective. But it looked right. Here's a quirky tidbit: some Victorian sickrooms kept caged birds solely to signal when air quality was just right. Not because of their lungs, but because of their song. A chirping bird meant the air was still and sweet. A silent one? Time to panic. Or open a crack in the window, reluctantly. Historians still argue whether the sickroom rituals were more about actual care or social performance. Did families go to such elaborate lengths to help the patient, or to be seen as doing the right thing? Because make no mistake, a proper sickroom was a status symbol. The more coordinated the linen, the more refined the sponge bath routine, the better. Entire pamphlets were written about how to behave while attending an invalid. Spoiler, it involved a lot of moral superiority and very little actual medical training. Now, you sit beside the sickbed. You can almost hear the pages rustle in the Bible on the nightstand, the clock ticking out slow minutes. Everything here is hushed. Smothered. There's barely enough oxygen to keep your brain awake. But the person in the bed? Let's say it's Miss Eleanor, young, pale, with wrists like willow branches. She's been ailing for months. First it was fatigue, then headaches, then something vaguely called a nervous complaint. The doctor has prescribed strict confinement, soft foods, and avoidance of any breeze. Her only job is to lie here, quiet and demure, like a tragic heroine in her final act. You begin to suspect this is less medicine, more theatre. And indeed, in many cases, invalidism became a kind of permanent identity. Particularly for women, it was often one of the few socially accepted forms of control or rebellion. Can't bear the expectations of marriage, motherhood, church attendance, and corset-tightened civility? Take to the sickroom. No one will question you there. You're not lazy. You're frail. You're not bored, you're recovering. Indefinitely. The sickroom allowed women to opt out of impossible roles while still appearing virtuous. And as a bonus, they got to lie down. A lot. Here's your mainstream historical fact for the night. Florence Nightingale, the famed lady with the lamp, heavily influenced Victorian beliefs about the sickroom. Ironically, Nightingale advocated for fresh air, light, and cleanliness, a radical departure from the stuffy confinement many upper-class homes enforced. But her ideas were often selectively interpreted. People liked the tidy linen part. That opened the windows bit? Not so much. So while Nightingale urged open sashes and cross-ventilation, many households clung to the opposite. They sealed up their sickrooms like tombs. Better to smother the miasma than risk an air shock, whatever that means. And speaking of tombs, it's hard to ignore the darker side of all this. Because let's be honest, many of these sickrooms doubled as deathbeds. They were where consumption ran its slow, fluttery course. Where scarlet fever burned through families. Where influenza wiped out whole lineages. And still, windows stayed shut. A doctor might order the window cracked an inch once the patient's fever broke. Or he might advise airing the room after the person had died. You know, for propriety. For the smell. You glance at the heavy curtains, the stopped clock on the mantel, the basin on the stand. This room is tired. It's seen too much. And yet, it remained central to the Victorian household. A shrine to controlled suffering, a place where illness wasn't just endured but ritualized. And don't get the wrong idea, this wasn't only happening in grand houses with maids and mourning creep. The sickroom culture filtered down to the middle class, even to working-class families who could barely afford a bed for each child. One room became the designated resting space, its window nailed shut, its occupant swaddled in layers, its air thick with worry and coal smoke. Imagine lying in bed for weeks, wrapped in wool and surrounded by hushed panic, while the one open flame in the room eats up the oxygen. And when you finally cough, a rasping, rickety sound, the nursemaid doesn't reach for water. She reaches for vinegar-soaked cloths and gently nudges the window closed. Fresh air might let something in. Of course, eventually, the science began to shift. Bacteria replaced miasma. Germ theory challenged everything. But cultural habits die hard, and the sickroom remained a shrine long after its medical relevance faded. And in some ways, we haven't let go. Think about modern hospitals, how many still limit airflow, enforce quiet zones, rely on ritual? Or how we say things like they need rest without knowing exactly what that means. The sickroom's DNA lingers in white curtains and visitor hours and the hush of antiseptic corridors. Back in our Victorian room, Miss Eleanor sighs, her breath barely lifting the coverlet. You know she's not just resting. She's disappearing. The air is too still. The fear is too strong. And everyone around her is too busy doing the right thing to notice she might need a breeze. Just a little one. There's a shift in the light. You move to the window. Your fingers hesitate on the sash. Somewhere downstairs, someone is lighting a gas lamp and whispering about laudanum. You hear the words fading fast. And still, the air doesn't move. Later, someone might say, she was too delicate for this world. But maybe, just maybe, she was smothered by the one that wanted to keep her safe. And as you step back into the hallway, pulling the door gently shut behind you, you wonder, what if they'd cracked the window just a little wider? What if they'd trusted the wind? What if they'd feared something else entirely? The hallway creaks as you step away from the sickroom, that solemn little stage where so much Victorian drama played out in whispers and heavy linen. But don't get too comfortable, tonight's journey is far from over. Now you follow the air itself, or at least, what the Victorians thought air was, not just empty space, but something thick with consequences. Something to be managed, tamed, even ritually purified. Because for the deeply superstitious and scientifically confused minds of the era, air wasn't just air. It had character, intention, mood. It could lift your spirits or rot your lungs. It carried smells, yes, but also secrets, illnesses, even morality itself. And that paranoia birthed a curious invention, the fumigation ritual. Now, don't picture scientists in lab coats. Picture more candles, vinegar, incense burners, and smoking herbs waved around with the solemnity of a séance. You've entered the Victorian world of domestic exorcism, not of demons, but of air. Let's set the scene. It's 1854, and cholera has swept through your London street. Again. The newspapers are full of the usual finger-pointing, blame the sewers, the river, the foreign sailors, the gin. But inside your house, there's a quieter panic. Your mother rushes to close all the windows. Your father burns sulfur in the fireplace until the room stings. The maid crushes lavender into every corner. Because no one's exactly sure what spreads disease, but they're pretty certain it rides in on the breeze. This is the great irony in miasma theory. You remember, bad smells equal bad health, was losing scientific ground, but it still dominated household behavior. People clung to it like it was scented wallpaper. And that meant they needed a way to battle bad air that didn't involve opening windows. Enter the fumigation ritual. A curious mix of science, folk practice, and ritualistic pageantry, fumigation became a middle-class obsession. You might not be able to afford a doctor, but you could afford vinegar and camphor. And by lighting them just so, by wafting smoke into corners, under beds, into wardrobes, you were taking your health into your own hands. Quirky tidbit for tonight, in some households, goose feathers were burned deliberately to ward off typhus. Because, according to one theory, the acrid smell tricked the air into staying neutral. Another method involved burning tar in a saucepan and walking slowly through each room, chanting quiet prayers as if you were cleansing a haunted chapel. Historians still argue whether these rituals offered any real protection or simply made people feel like they had control. It's a fine line between medicine and ritual when fear is the common denominator. But these weren't just superstitions of the poor or uneducated. Oh no. Even Queen Victoria herself reportedly had her rooms fumigated with vinegar and herbs during outbreaks, despite having access to the best medical advice of the day. Royal nose or not, she still feared what might waft in through an open sash. You move now through a house mid-fumigation. The air is thick, not fresh. There's a sour tang, vinegar and rosemary, and something bitter, almost metallic. You're not sure if it's medicinal or just deeply unpleasant. In the nursery, someone has hung cloth soaked in carbolic acid over the cradle. In the parlor, a woman fans herself with a lace kerchief while a pan of smoldering juniper branches spits smoke into the corners. It's oddly ceremonial. Quiet. Like a vigil. But instead of praying over the sick, they're smoking out the evil. And let's be clear, this wasn't only about disease. Fumigation was moral, too. Just as Victorians believed bad air could make you sick, they believed certain airs corrupted the soul. The air in poor districts, for example, was considered not just dangerous but morally inferior. Whole neighborhoods were labeled unwholesome. Breathing that kind of air might give you more than a cough, it might give you criminal tendencies. You see now why people lit incense like it was armor. Here's your mainstream historical fact: during the infamous Great Stink of 1858, the smell of the polluted Thames became so unbearable that Parliament suspended meetings and hastily passed a Public Health Act. They blamed the stench, not the germs. And so while reformers worked on sanitation, households boiled vinegar in tea kettles and hung fresh-cut flowers by the pound. Not to cheer themselves up, but to shield their lungs from invisible dangers. Even hospitals got in on the fumigation craze. Doctors burned antiseptic herbs in operating theaters, waved camphor balls under patients' noses, and insisted that air, if it must circulate, should first pass through gauze soaked in chloroform. Breathing was a risk. A gamble. And fumigation was your talisman. Now, crouch with me beneath the stairs. A coal bin sits nearby, but what you're reaching for isn't fuel. It's a box of fumigation supplies, dried herbs, a little bottle of turpentine, a brass censer shaped like a miniature cathedral. The maid keeps it here in case of emergency. A sudden outbreak. A cough heard upstairs. You know how to use it. Everyone does. You load it carefully. Light the base. The room fills with smoke, slow and curling, as if something ancient is being summoned. Not a demon. Not a ghost. Just the dream of safe air. You pass the censer through the hallway. Pause at each window, still locked shut. Move on. And all this effort, all this ritual, was because the idea of natural ventilation still felt reckless. Better to cleanse bad air than risk inviting new air in. The walls of the Victorian home were not just physical, they were psychological. They protected, yes, but they also imprisoned. But here's something no one tells you: some fumigation methods actually worked. Pine resin, camphor, and juniper have mild antimicrobial properties. Vinegar, though not a miracle cure, did at least cut through the grime. The problem wasn't the materials, it was the ideology. People weren't fumigating and ventilating. They were choosing one over the other. And that choice had consequences. In many homes, especially in crowded urban neighborhoods, the smoke never truly left. Walls turned brown. Curtains smelled faintly of burning tar. Children coughed from the medicine. It was a kind of self-imposed smog. But it made people feel safe. Safer than a cracked window ever could. And there's something poignant in that, isn't there? That ritual offered comfort, even if it offered no real cure. That people wanted to do something, anything, in the face of death and uncertainty. So they boiled vinegar. Burned rosemary. Lit beeswax candles at dusk and carried them from room to room as though banishing ghosts. And in a way, they were. They were banishing the ghosts of logic, of science, of fresh air that hadn't been blessed by smoke. They were trying to rewrite the story of disease using fragrance and flame. There's one more room to visit before the ritual ends. A guest room, untouched for weeks. The door creaks open. Inside, the air is heavy, unmoving. But someone has left a saucer of carbolic-soaked rags on the dresser. A single taper burns on the mantel. It's enough. Or at least, it feels like it is. You stand there a moment, letting the silence press in. Letting the weight of all that fear settle in your lungs. The irony is almost too much: in trying to purify the air, they filled it with smoke. In trying to protect the body, they stifled it. But they meant well, in that very Victorian way. More fear than fact. More show than substance. And as you leave the room, the sensor flickering at your side, you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the sooty glass. You look like a priest. Or a ghost. Or someone who's still not quite sure whether to open the window or light another match. One more gust of vinegar sour wind trails behind you as you step through the corridor. And just like that, the air stills again. You descend a narrow staircase now, the wood groaning under your steps, its varnish worn smooth by decades of slippered feet. Below, the kitchen glows in lamplight, still warm from the midday cook fire. But even here, in this heart of domestic bustle, air is not to be trusted. It gathers near the floor in thick, smoky layers. It clings to the undersides of tables, the backs of cupboards. It's watched, suspected, even regulated. And that's exactly where you're heading tonight, into the tangled Victorian obsession with regulating air. Not just fumigating it. Controlling it. Modulating it. Deciding exactly when, how, and if air should be permitted to move. Because while open windows were seen as dangerous gambles, total stagnation wasn't exactly welcome either. Enter the age of gadgets, clever contraptions that promised safety through science, or at least a patina of it. The Victorians, ever inventive, didn't simply slam windows shut and call it a day. Oh no. They created an entire subculture of home ventilation improvements, ranging from the elegant to the completely bonkers. And it's in this world of vents, valves, and velvet-lined air tunnels that you now wander, candle in hand, admiring the ingenuity born of unease. Let's start simple. Take the cheeky chimney pot. Not just decorative, these were often engineered with twistable caps, cowls, or even directional vanes designed to encourage just the right amount of air flow, but only in one direction. In a perfect world, they let out smoke without letting in bad air. In practice, they frequently just howled ominously during storms and gave birds a cozy place to nest. Down in middle-class homes, the real showpieces were the ventilating grates. Walk into any Victorian drawing room and you'd spot them, brass or iron covers set high on the walls or nestled above door frames, sometimes designed with elaborate scrollwork, sometimes hidden behind furniture. These were meant to circulate air without exposure. Air could pass from room to room, yes, but heaven forbid it come from outside. Here's your mainstream historical fact: by the 1870s, many London townhomes included air bricks in their design, porous terracotta blocks inserted into walls to encourage airflow. But, crucially, these were often paired with internal filters, cloth-covered panels soaked in vinegar or phenol to purify what dared enter. Nothing raw. Nothing unfiltered. Always the fear of corruption. Now brace yourself, because things get a little wilder. One fringe favorite among gadgeteers was the air-washing wardrobe. Picture it, a tall standing closet, often with a false back or side panel, fitted with hidden vents and lined with scented linen or activated charcoal. The theory? Air that passed over your garments would be cleaned and toned, then gently released into the bedroom, a perfumed sigh of acceptability. Historians still argue whether such inventions were taken seriously or sold mostly as status symbols for anxious, hygiene-obsessed socialites. But the fact remains, they sold. And people used them. Some even swore by them. Then there were the true believers in mechanical ventilation. Imagine sitting in your parlor with a brass lever discreetly embedded in the skirting board. Pull it, and a small fan, hand-cranked or even connected to the household clockwork, whirs to life. Air is drawn up a hidden shaft, passed over disinfectant-soaked felt, and released with the satisfying hum of doing something smart. A breath of scientifically improved atmosphere. It sounds lovely. Until you realize the same system might be drawing in air from the maid's quarters or the cellar privy, depending on how the ducts were arranged. And don't even start on the thermoventilators, boxy contraptions that claim to regulate not just air but temperature and morality. That's not a joke. One inventor wrote solemnly that properly warmed air inspires temperance, while stale coldness invites impure thoughts. Which, sure. Try saying that in a modern apartment with broken heat and see if your roommates behave better. But all of this control came at a price: obsession. You begin to notice it everywhere. The husband who checks the air valves 3 times before bed. The mother who sniffs the vents daily. The governess who won't let the children nap unless the hallway hatch is cracked just enough. No one trusts the air. And everyone's got a theory. One doctor even promoted air pathing, arranging furniture so air had to zigzag across lavender-scented cushions before reaching your lungs. Another swore by placing bowls of warm milk near doorways to absorb impurities, a tactic that mostly just made the house smell like a sad breakfast. By the 1890s, entire bookshelves groaned under manuals promising healthy air at home. Diagrams showed airflow direction with little blue arrows. Testimonials proclaimed miraculous recoveries. And, of course, none of them agreed on anything. Some authors swore by sealing vents. Others warned they encouraged upward disease drift. One guide insisted fresh air should enter low and exit high. Another insisted exactly the reverse. Historians still argue whether any of these methods significantly improved health outcomes, or just gave anxious Victorians something to do between funerals. And yet, in a way, these gadgets and diagrams weren't failures. They were comfort mechanisms. Like worry beads. They let you feel clever, proactive, protected. You pause in a nursery hallway now, peering at a curious little object embedded near the doorframe, the hygrometer, an early humidity sensor, glass bulb gleaming with condensation. Mothers used these to track dampness, adjusting airflow accordingly. Too dry? Might cause nosebleeds. Too wet? Might grow mold. Goldilocks logic applied to air. But the crown jewel of air regulation, the holy grail of safe atmosphere, was the plenum system. A rich person's fantasy, really. Air is drawn in from rooftop towers, passed through chambers filled with gauze, heated or cooled to ideal temperatures, filtered again, and released through discrete ceiling grills. Servants were often assigned to monitor these systems like engineers aboard an airship. One famous Victorian hotel even had scented air days, lavender Mondays, citrus Wednesdays, clove Fridays. You knew what day it was by the smell of the hallway. And still, people didn't trust it. Why? Because the fear wasn't rational. It wasn't even really about science. It was about boundaries. About keeping out the unknown. The poor. The diseased. The morally suspect. Regulating air became a metaphor for regulating the Victorian psyche. Clean air meant control. It meant class. It meant knowing what was coming in. Not just physically, but ideologically. You weren't just filtering dust, you were filtering the world. So you pull the lever. The little fan hums. The air shifts. And deep down, you feel a little safer. Even if you know it's an illusion. As the night deepens, you explore one last marvel, the air silencer. A small pad of thick velvet or cork placed in ducts to muffle the sound of air moving. Because in the end, Victorians didn't just want clean air. They wanted quiet air. Controlled, silent, obedient. Just like the ideal household. Just like the ideal wife. And in that muffled silence, you begin to hear what they feared most, the unpredictability of breath. The truth that air moves on its own terms. That windows don't ask permission. That illness can float in on a summer breeze no matter how many filters line the wall. But still, you tighten the screw. Adjust the flap. Check the scent. Because tonight, as every night, the ritual continues. And tomorrow? You might just order that new self-cleansing grill you read about in the back of the Illustrated London News. Because who knows? It might be the one that finally works. You lie back on a stiff little settee in the back parlor, feet propped near a brass fireplace screen that's more decorative than warm. The air feels stiller here, less supervised somehow, and yet, the room still carries the whiff of some old antiseptic, like a hospital from 1883 that refused to retire. You take a slow breath, feeling how the space itself seems to resist you. This house, like most Victorian homes, isn't welcoming air, it's managing it. And now, finally, it's time to talk about the most paradoxical room in the entire house, the sick room. Yes, the bedroom of the ill. The very place where you'd think fresh air would be most wanted, most needed, even. And yet, for much of Victorian Britain, it was a place of clashing instincts, where medical theory, emotional superstition, and architectural design collided in the strangest ways. Let's be honest. You probably won't survive this. Not if you lived back then and came down with anything worse than a stubbed toe. The sick room was often your final stop before the coffin lid snapped shut. And yet, oddly, it was also where many of the fiercest debates over fresh air played out. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle toward a spare bedroom now, its wallpaper faded, its windows curtained with thick wool, and this is the domain of Victorian convalescence. But don't expect peace. Here, air becomes a character in its own right. It's invited in, and then immediately mistrusted. On one hand, doctors increasingly supported the idea of ventilation, especially for tuberculosis, or consumption as they called it then. The belief was that clean air could nourish weak lungs, and you see this in the era's more progressive institutions, sanatoriums nestled in the Alps, seaside retreats for the rich and wheezy. But in the private home? Especially in middles and working class ones? Well, there's fear. There's ritual. And there's the classic sickroom dilemma: do you risk a draft, or risk stagnation? The mainstream fact is this: by the 1880s, many doctors advocated cross-ventilation in sickrooms, 2 open windows on opposing walls to create a constant airflow. But most families, hearing open both windows, heard invite the Grim Reaper in for tea. Even if you believed fresh air was healthy, you might not trust it near your dying child. Or your aging parent. Or your own sweaty, trembling self. You glance at the room's small features: a wash basin, a bed with raised pillows, a bell cord dangling just within reach. And high above, you notice it, a transom window, hinged to tilt open. Often too small to actually ventilate anything, but somehow comforting. A gesture toward fresh air without the commitment. And that's the Victorian sickroom for you. Full of symbolic ventilation. Here's your quirky tidbit: it was not uncommon for families to hang onions from rafters or under beds during illness. The belief? That onions absorbed miasmas and changed color if danger was near. One woman swore her child was saved when the sickroom onion turned black overnight. Historians still argue whether these were urban myths, placebo rituals, or just an excuse not to clean properly. Either way, onions were in. Air was out. You listen closely now. The house has fallen quiet. Somewhere, a clock ticks with the finality of a medical prognosis. And then, a faint creak. The sickroom door, opening a crack. Someone checks the fire, maybe adjusts the patient's blanket, and, most importantly, glances at the window. Is it closed tight? Is the curtain tucked in? There were even guides for this. Manuals with headings like proper management of bedridden patients in domestic contexts, instructing caregivers to open a window only when the patient was out of the room. To air the space without touching the bedding. To never let light and air fall directly across a body. And when someone died, that's when the window was flung open. To let the soul out. Or the germs. Or both. In fact, for all their obsession with disease, many Victorians still spiritually coded air. It wasn't just about health. It was about purity. Or corruption. Or the thin veil between this world and the next. You find yourself thinking of Queen Victoria herself, mourning Albert with her shuttered rooms and heavy drapes. For years after his death, her sleeping chambers remained sealed, the air thick with lavender and grief. She was the monarch of mourning, and her air mirrored her spirit, still, pressed, eternal. Contrast that with Florence Nightingale, the warrior of white sheets and crisp airflow. In her famous notes on nursing, she practically screams, in polite 1850s prose: open a window. Let in the air. Get rid of the death stench. And yet, even Nightingale hedged. She didn't advocate gales. No sudden blasts. The air should be gently renewed. You imagine her sweeping through a sick room like a health-conscious ghost, cracking a window an inch and tucking a shawl around a patient's neck. Because that's the paradox, Victorians feared drafts, but they also feared not opening a window. The solution? The sickroom shim. A folded newspaper, or a special wedge, used to open the window just barely. Just a sliver. Enough to say, we tried. Another open scholarly debate. Some historians argue that fear of air was a class issue disguised as medicine. That is, the wealthy blamed the poor for bad air, while also designing homes that trapped their own fumes. Others say it was more emotional, born from trauma, from the helplessness of watching loved ones fade away while the world outside kept breathing. Either way, you're back in the hallway now, the sickroom door closed behind you. You feel its strange mixture of ritual and denial. The towels rolled at the base of the door to keep sick air from escaping. The bottle of carbolic acid by the nightstand. The lace curtain that moves, slightly, though the window is shut. Now, let's step into the laundry. Yes, the laundry, another hot zone in the Victorian illness battle plan. It was believed that bedding could hold disease if not aired properly, and so linens were hung in sunlit attics, or beaten outside with sticks, or doused in boiling water and lavender. Here's something to make you blink. One popular Victorian recommendation was to air bedclothes between the thighs on a brisk walk. You imagine a stern nanny marching in circles through Hyde Park, mattress pad flapping between her skirts. And no, I'm not making that up. Even when a patient was healthy again, the bedding stayed suspect. Some families burned it. Others stored it with sulfur blocks. One enterprising uncle famously invented a bed frame that could hoist an entire mattress out the window like a ship's sail, letting it air without touching the ground. There's also the sickroom diary, a peculiar genre of Victorian writing. These weren't medical records exactly. They were more like spiritual inventories. Window opened at 4:12 p.m. Emily's cough stronger. Onion replaced. Little acts of air management, tracked like sacred ritual. You return to the parlor now, tea long cold, and realize the fear of air in sickrooms wasn't about air at all. It was about control. In a time when most diseases had no cure, when every fever could spiral into death and every cough became a countdown, the only thing you could control was the room itself. The way it smelled. The way it sounded. The flow of breath around your beloved's face. If you couldn't fight the illness, you could at least manage the atmosphere in which it happened. And maybe, just maybe, that mattered. So next time you find yourself lying sick in bed, with a fan buzzing and the window cracked, remember, you are enacting a ritual 150 years old. One based not in science, not fully, but in hope. In superstition. In the illusion of mastery over the invisible. And you? You're part of the same dance. A little more modern. A little more cynical. But still there, sniffing the air. Adjusting the curtain. Wondering if the room is too stuffy. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But either way, you open the window, just an inch, and believe it helps. Because that's what we do when we don't know what else to do. You're floating now through a dim, narrow corridor. Victorian floorboards creak softly beneath your step, like a house trying not to wake itself. Around you, the wallpaper's florals have faded into ghosts, and you trace your finger along a picture rail that hasn't held anything since gaslight was fashionable. And here, at last, you reach the room of the hour, the master bedroom. This is the sanctum, the inner chamber, the place where every superstition, every medical pamphlet, every fear about nighttime air collided in one plush, suffocating space. And tonight, you're sleeping here. Not just as a visitor, but as someone born into this world. You're the head of the household now. Your name's probably something like Horace or Beatrice. You're married. You've got obligations, a cold budget, maybe a mild case of neuralgia, and you're ready to turn in for the night. Except, you're also at war with your own bedroom. Because Victorians didn't just sleep in their beds. They strategized in them. The very act of going to sleep was a kind of medical chess match, with fresh air cast as either knight or saboteur. So you walk into the room, past a vast armoire and toward a pair of curtained windows. Outside? A cool, inviting dusk, maybe even the scent of rain. But inside? A roaring fireplace, thick carpet, and the heavy, always damp funk of being too enclosed. You hesitate. Your hands on the sash. Open it? Or not? See, the mainstream fact is this: by the end of the 19th century, a proper Victorian bedroom was almost aggressively sealed off from nature. Even as public health officials called for ventilation and fresh air reform, the middle and upper classes clung to habits born from deep, tangled fears. One such fear? That open windows let in miasmas, the invisible bad air that they believed carried everything from cholera to melancholia. And even though germ theory was gaining traction, miasma thinking never fully left the building. It just changed clothes and moved to the guest room. So you picture your room now. Windows double-curtained, with thick damask to block the night. A chimney balloon stuffed up the hearth to stop drafts from sneaking in. Door cracks lined with flannel. Bed pushed well away from anything resembling a breeze. Oh, and here's your quirky tidbit for the night: some Victorians believed that a night wind had unique properties that differed from the daytime variety. It wasn't just colder. It was sneakier. Malevolent, even. Like the air itself got up to no good after sundown. This led to a tradition of closing all windows by dusk, no matter the weather. Because once darkness fell, so did the safety net. And that night wind? It didn't just bring cold, it brought consequences. And here you are, under a towering featherbed, maybe even a counterpane, which sounds like a medieval tax but is actually just an elaborate coverlet. You're half smothered by pillows. And somewhere, not far off, a window wants opening. But you don't. Because the wind might stir the curtains. Or brush your cheek. Or worse, chill your liver. That was a real worry, by the way. Historians still argue whether this was just metaphorical speech or an actual fear that cold air could physically damage internal organs by proximity. And that's the thing, even as Victorians embraced scientific thinking, they never fully abandoned medieval superstition. Their bedrooms became fortresses, albeit velvet-draped ones. And when they did open a window, it was usually in a side room. A corridor. Somewhere the breeze could be filtered before reaching your delicate lungs. One popular solution? Sleeping alcoves. Picture a sort of recessed bed area, complete with wooden sliding doors, so you could air out the room without risking a gust across your body. Some of the more adventurous households installed window boards, slatted contraptions that could be placed in an open sash to block direct wind while still allowing air. Think of them as passive-aggressive fans, move the air, but only in Victorian-approved patterns. And what of the bed itself? Oh, it was more than a place to collapse. Beds were battlegrounds. You had the mattress debate, feather versus horsehair. Feather beds were warm, but could trap too much body heat, leading to overpersuasion of the spleen. Yes, that was a phrase. Horsehair was firmer, healthier, but also noisy and prone to infestation. And then the bed frame, iron or wood. Iron was seen as cleaner. Less likely to harbor invisible animalculae. That's a charming old term for germs. But wood? Warmer. Quieter. Safer, if you believed metal conducted chill into your bones. Here's where it gets even more intimate: the air between two people. Couples often slept in separate beds, or even separate rooms, because of concerns over shared breath. One wife's influenza could just stagnate in the bedding and infect the husband by morning. Worse, they feared mutual rebreathing, where two people would recycle the same stale air all night. Not romantic. Not even particularly logical. But deeply, stubbornly Victorian. So instead, some couples arranged sleeping rotations. You go to bed at 9, I'll come in at midnight, after the air's shifted. Others used headboard fans, or built entire ventilated headboards with panels that allowed air to flow behind the bed without hitting the sleeper directly. And then, of course, there's the final boss of Victorian night air, the dressing gown. Not just for modesty. but for protection against house drafts, those invisible wisps that crept through floorboards, up stairwells, or under doors. It wasn't uncommon to find entire nighttime costumes that looked more like Plague Doctor cosplay than pajamas. Layered, buttoned, belted. Because heaven forbid your ankle caught a chill on the way to the chamber pot. But even amid all this control, a few radicals stirred. Thinkers like Octavia Hill, the social reformer who believed proper ventilation was a moral duty. Or doctors who began to claim that open-window sleeping could strengthen the constitution. Some promoted night tents, bed-sized frames draped with cheesecloth that allowed sleepers to experience fresh air without the trauma of actual wind. Still, these were fringe voices. Most Victorians clung to the closed-window gospel. Especially in cities, where outdoor air meant soot, smoke, and the awful possibility of foreign smell. Because smell, that's the unspoken fear again. If something smelled bad, it probably was bad. And even clean country air? It was suspect. Too damp. Too full of animal traces. One expert warned against sleeping with windows open near pastures, for fear of inhaling cow vapor. I'm serious. So you close your window. You draw your curtain. You tuck the bolster just so. And you drift off into sleep in your sealed box of flannel and fear. But here's the secret, even then, even in the tightest bedrooms, air found a way. Through keyholes. Through cracks. Through that gap under the door your mother swore she stuffed with cotton batting. Victorian architecture, even at its most paranoid, couldn't completely conquer the outside world. And maybe, just maybe, that saved lives. There's one final moment we can't skip, the morning after. When the household stirred, and the ritual of airing the room began. Windows were thrown wide. Beds stripped. Chamber pots emptied. And the stale air of sleep was exorcised in favor of something new. It was both a health practice and a performance. A way to say, we survived the night. Again. So here's to you, little Victorian sleeper, wrapped in too many blankets and not enough facts. You made it through. With your window shut tight and your breath your own. And even if the air didn't kill you, the fear sure tried. You wake up before dawn. The light is barely there, more suggestion than sun. Just a watery blue whisper stretching across the edge of your thick velvet curtains. And the air? Still heavy. Still stale. Still exactly the way you left it. But for a moment, you just lie there, cocooned in your fortress of counterpanes, half dreaming, half listening. The house sighs. Somewhere, a pipe clinks. A coal ember gives up the ghost. You made it through another night, untouched by the phantom dangers of fresh air. Just as planned. But something stirs in you, even if it's just curiosity. A question hanging in the stillness, what if the air outside isn't the enemy after all? Because now, in this final act of our journey, we look at what came after the fear. The tipping point. The moment when the shutters started to crack open, not all at once, not in a grand window-throwing revolution, but little by little, draft by hopeful draft. You start to notice this in the early 1900s. Doctors, real, white-coated, stern-browed doctors, began advocating for something utterly scandalous in the Victorian bedtime playbook, sleeping with your windows open. And not just for invalids or children recovering from croup. No, this was a universal prescription. A revolution under the blanket. One such movement? The open-air school movement, which actually began in Germany but took hold in England with surprising speed. They didn't just air out classrooms, they built entire outdoor schools. Picture it, children bundled in scarves and mittens, scribbling notes at desks in the middle of winter because doctors believed constant ventilation was better than any medicine. And from there, the idea crept into homes. Slowly. Reluctantly. Mostly among the working class first, where windows were already cracked out of necessity, not principle. But it happened. We're not talking a full architectural overhaul just yet. No one was smashing out bay windows to install retractable roofs. But ventilators were added. Adjustable panes became popular. Bedrooms saw air inlets built high on the wall, engineered so the breeze wouldn't touch your neck but could still circulate. Mainstream fact here, by the 1920s, government public health campaigns in Britain actively promoted open-window sleeping, especially in urban housing. Leaflets declared that fresh air is your birthright. Some included diagrams, arrows, the whole drafty 9 yards. And here's your fringe tidbit: in one bizarre offshoot, a few wellness enthusiasts began to swear by sleeping completely outdoors, even in the middle of the city. In London, with soot and rain, they pitched tents on roofs or turned balconies into makeshift sleeping platforms. Because, hey, if air was good, more air must be better, right? There's even a documented case of a man in Camden who spent 13 years sleeping on his roof, wrapped in oilskin and optimism. Claimed it cured his indigestion. Back in the mainstream, though, change came room by room, house by house. Fear faded not because people suddenly understood microbes or ventilation patterns, but because the culture shifted. Sleeping with an open window went from dangerous to daring, to desirable. And the Victorian bedroom, the thing we've tiptoed through all night, began to transform. Out went the drapery-heavy, velvet-throttled excess. In came cleaner lines, thinner curtains, lighter bedding. Even the bed frames changed. By the mid-20th century, iron had a second wind, this time praised for its hygienic properties rather than feared for its chill. Wood lingered, of course, some habits die hard, but the symbolism flipped. A light, airy bedroom meant you were modern, healthy. With it, even language began to reflect this shift. Words like stuffy and musty weren't just aesthetic criticisms, they became social ones. A musty bedroom was a moral failing, a sign of neglect, ignorance, or worse, clinging to outdated fears. And yet, historians still argue whether this pivot was truly about science, or just taste. Because you can change the furniture. You can hang new curtains. You can even install a brass-handled cross-ventilation system that would make a 19th-century doctor weep with joy. But that deep-rooted fear? The dread that comes when night falls and the air turns cold and unknown, that's harder to evict. Let's not forget that some of it wasn't completely unfounded. Even today, people catch chills, colds, pneumonia. While germ theory won the war, drafts still make us flinch. Somewhere in the back of your lizard brain, part of you still doesn't trust that breeze creeping over your collarbone at 2 a.m. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the Victorian fear of fresh air wasn't just superstition, it was a story. A way to feel safe in the face of things they couldn't see. Diseases, after all, don't knock before entering. But a draft? You can feel that. You can stop that. You can stuff a blanket in the window and say, not tonight, cholera. So tonight, as you lay back and reflect on all the windows that were shut, all the curtains drawn, and all the fireplaces stuffed with wool, give the Victorians this: they cared. A lot. Possibly too much. But their fear came from love. Love of control. Love of health. Love of waking up tomorrow morning with all your organs properly tempered and your soul whispered by evil winds. And maybe, in some strange way, it's comforting to know that even in an age of gas lamps and arsenic wallpaper, they still worried about the same thing you do, getting a good night's sleep without dying of something stupid. So you crack the window. Just a little. You hear the wind. Soft, not sinister. You close your eyes. And the room breathes with you. And now, the house falls silent. The fire has turned to ash. The clink of water pipes has faded. The world outside is hushed, waiting. And you? You're lying still, wrapped in cotton and quiet, floating just above sleep. You made it through the age of shuttered bedrooms and suffocating caution. You wandered the halls of minds that feared the dark not for monsters, but for the invisible breath that drifted in from cracked panes and night fog. You watched them seal themselves in silken tombs, layering comfort against the unknown. But now, it's safe. The window is open, not wide, not bold, but open. A breeze dances its way through, playful and cool, lifting a corner of your curtain like a whispered secret. And it doesn't bring danger. It brings peace. Let your muscles soften. Let your chest rise, fall, rise again. The stories are quiet now, curling into the corners like old dust motes. No more miasmas. No more liver-chilling drafts. Just the hum of distant wind, the steady rhythm of sleep drawing closer. You've learned a lot tonight, more than you meant to, probably. About superstition and science, about chamber pots and chimney balloons. About how people once lived, and why they feared the very thing we now welcome with open windows and quiet gratitude. So rest easy, traveler. You're safe. You're warm. You're breathing clean, crisp, future-approved air. And somewhere, a Victorian ghost is peeking through your window crack, scandalized but intrigued. Let them watch. You've earned your sleep,